Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I am Arif, and if you are here today to listen to a dreamy story that will soothe you and comfort you, you are in the right place. Tonight, we will go on a slow, relaxing journey across the mountains of Switzerland by train. We will explore sleepy villages, panoramic mountain passes, and river valleys that will inch you closer and closer to a night of restful sleep and relaxation. Before we begin, let us take a moment to find comfort in the space we are in. As you lie in your bed, safe and cozy, close your eyes and let your body relax. Release any tension you may be feeling in your body. Search throughout yourself to see where you may be feeling any leftover weight from the day. Take time to pay attention to how your neck, shoulders, back, and legs feel. Find the best position for them and make sure all your muscles are loose. Once your body feels free, it is time to quiet your mind. Here, safe and warm in bed, there is no need to think of the tasks of the day. All you need to do is clear your thoughts. Focus on something that brings you joy. Perhaps imagine the most soothing place you have ever been to. What did the air taste and feel like? What kind of noises were around you? What did the sun or the air feel like against your skin? Really allow your mind to take you there as you answer these questions and breathe in and out, in and out. In and out. See the power your mind has to transport you to places and find solace in the wonders of the world and the experiences that can be found within it. Now that we have taken a moment to relax, let us begin. It is early morning in midsummer. When you awaken, you hear comforting chirps of the birds just outside your window. You feel the plush silk sheets rub against your skin. The bed beneath you is unbelievably soft, inviting you to sink in and stay forever. Comfortably lost somewhere in the sweet, sweet moments between being asleep and awake, you feel utterly content. There is nothing you need to do except fully relax and enjoy how pleasant lying in bed is. You listen closely to the peaceful noises of the world stirring awake on the cobblestone streets just outside. There is, of course, the ever-present, gentle chirp of the birds singing. Here, in Zermatt, Switzerland, you found yourself in a bird watcher's paradise. You hear the call of a spotted nutcracker gliding in between the thatched roofs of the town, effortlessly floating from building to building. Just beyond, you can hear a Eurasian jaybird. For an instant, you picture its bright blue feathers shining against the rising sun. Of course, you hear the city coming to life as well. There's the soft pitter-patter of people making their way through the cozy streets. You can even tune into their early morning conversations, which are like a steady hum dancing in your ears. You can also hear the whir of bike wheels making their way down the cobblestone streets. The early morning air flows through the window, urging you to rise to your feet. The breeze is brisk and calming, with the promise of a lovely new day. You pull on some lightweight clothes and pack a small bag. The white curtains shift in the wind, reminding you that there is a whole world out there waiting to be explored. As you descend down into the wonderful town of Zermatt, it is hard not to let out a sigh of delight. All around you, the Alps stand in regal beauty. Even in the dead of summer, the very tops of the mountains are dusted with the last snow of winter. Zermatt is a town of cobblestone streets. No cars are allowed in the village, so you are free to walk the clean, empty streets with total freedom. It is mainly a resort and mountaineering town, as it has been for many centuries. Nearly half of the population here works in tourism, and it's easy to see why. The historic, cozy buildings are surrounded by green, white, and dark granite mountains. The greens of the grass and foliage pop against the snow and the bright blue sky. The mountains all around you seem impossibly tall. It almost looks like a movie backdrop, not something that could exist in real life. The most beautiful of all is Matterhorn, one of the highest mountains of the Alps. It hovers above the small town, standing 14,692 feet high. It was here, in Zermatt, that the first ascent of the Matterhorn was completed in 1865. That single incident would help Zermatt become the buzzing mountain town that it remains today. It is a gateway to the Alps in every way possible. You meander through the streets. All around, flags hang over the buildings. Plants cling to the edges of single-pane windows in decades-old flower boxes, a truly welcome and beautiful sight. In old store windows, colorful arrays of clothing and souvenirs stare back at you. As you walk further, you pass by bakeries and cafes. This sweet smell of homemade hot chocolate nearly pulls you in the door of a couple of them. The smell of freshly made bread hangs in the air, warm and rich. Passing by the family-owned bakeries seems to pull you back in time. You feel as though you are a member of the village, someone who has called it home for centuries. As you pass by the bakeries, you deeply inhale that nostalgic scent. You find yourself heading towards the edge of town, where more wonderful delights await you. You cross through a bright green meadow. The grass whispers to you as you pass, and the flowers swaying in the breeze emit an aroma that is almost as sweet as the bakeries. Then you have arrived. The sign for the Glacier Express hangs above your head, cited as being the calmest, slowest, and most beautiful train ride in the entire world. You are surely in for a tranquil journey aboard it. The Glacier Express is a calming 8-hour ride that ends in St. Moritz, a town at an even higher elevation in the Alps. The train will wind ever so slowly through the Alps, giving you moments to stretch your legs, breathe in the mountain air, and observe all the tiny towns and villages along the way. as you board the train, you are immediately greeted by a warm atmosphere. The train car is completely encased in glass, giving you panoramic views. You settle into a cozy seat in the front of the train car. You buzz with anticipation as you look out of your window at the sleepy town of Zermatt. Soon, there will be dozens of different towns outside the window. Along the way, you will pass over 291 bridges and through 91 tunnels carved into the mountainside. As you're envisioning the day ahead of you, a waiter comes to your side. He places a menu in front of you, letting you know that you are able to order whatever you would like, whenever you would like. Thinking back to the sweet smells of Zermatt, you order a Swiss hot chocolate and a warm croissant. Within minutes, the train has begun its journey. Slowly, Zermatt fades into the distance, and an entirely new world is brought to life before your eyes. You glide effortlessly along the tracks. Outside the window, a huge meadow seems to stretch for miles. The vibrant green grass reaches all the way to the base of the Alps. A river babbles through the meadow, where several deer bend down into the fresh mountain water for a drink. Some of them bound through the tall grass gracefully, almost weightlessly. For a moment, you imagine what life must be like here for them. They have no obligations, no expectations. They simply go about their daily life, bounding through meadows, drinking in streams, and lounging in the early morning sun. You picture yourself living in a cabin at the edge of this meadow. You can almost feel the breeze on your face and the grass brushing across your ankles as you make your way to the stream to collect a bucket of water. As you walk, you imagine yourself as one with the deer, as one with the mountains that encompass your humble home. Slowly, the meadow slides out of view. The train begins an upward journey into the mountains. On either side of you, tall, rocky mountains are the only thing to be seen. Overhead, birds flit from side to side. One of the birds in particular catches your eye. It is a small bird with a storm gray downy coat, a long, thin beak, and a brilliant swath of red in its feathers. This is affectionately known as a wall creeper. They're rare, only found in the Alps in Switzerland and the Himalayas in Asia. It is in the rocky alpine mountains where they form their nests. There, they flit from rock to rock, effortlessly and gracefully. They are a frequent sight of mountain climbers, one of the few animals that they must share their space with. You emerge from the mountain pass into a wonderland of beauty. There are meadows on every side of you. The tall grass of the meadows sparkles in the sunlight, and the breeze floats across it, rippling it like ocean waves. It is then that you notice the calming sounds of the train. The rhythm of the wheels chugging along underneath you is incredibly soothing. All of the mechanical parts working together in unison are a consistent drone. It's almost like listening to laundry turning over in a washing machine, with the same warmth, and tranquil repetition. The noise alone leaves your eyelids feeling heavy. You lean against the glass window, finding the most comfortable position to fully feel this lovely experience. As soon as you're in place, you feel the tension from your travels melt out of you. You feel each and every muscle fully relaxing. Maybe it's the motion of the train or the drone of its movement. Whatever it is, its serene pull is allowing you to feel a level of comfort you never have before. All the knots in your body, any rigid aches or pains are whisked away. It's almost as if you've been submerged in a hot spring. You open your eyes when a sweet scent fills the air. Your waiter stands before you, a cup of hot chocolate and a plate of fresh croissant in his hands. He spreads a red tablecloth on the table before you, then the food. It feels like you're in a luxurious restaurant, and with the views outside your window, it is completely unmatched. The aromatic steam from the hot chocolate rises, washing over your face in a warm mist. You take a deep breath before you take your first sip. As soon as the sweet, perfectly rich and balanced liquid coats your tongue, you are in love. Switzerland has been known as the chocolate capital of the world for decades. It was here that several revolutionary inventors found innovative ways to mix, mass produce, and form chocolate in the best way possible. It also has one large advantage and difference from other places in the world, and that advantage lies just outside your window. The train lazily meanders through a pasture of cows. Some lounge peacefully in the tall grass. Their cream and brown coats contrast wonderfully with the striking greenery all around them. Cows and farming are a huge part of the culture in Switzerland. For generations, farmers have raised their cows in alpine pastures where the sun and nutrients are plentiful. The cows that live in this region produce alpine milk, a milk that is richer in flavor and nutrients than regular milk. Knowing this difference earlier on, several chocolatiers in the region mixed the alpine milk into their chocolate, creating what is widely known as milk chocolate to this day. You can taste that richness in the hot chocolate. Your hands clasp around the cup, welcoming the warmth and the sweet taste on your tongue. As you nurse the cup, you watch the farms drift by. This is a farm unlike any other you've seen. There are only a handful of cows wandering through the large pasture, and that's mostly because Swiss farms are much smaller than farms abroad. Most farmers here tend carefully to a small herd, selling that milk in local villages or to vendors. A cozy little farmhouse sits in the far end of the field. It is a charming building with wood shingles and an angled roof, perfect for removing snow. You dip your croissant into the hot chocolate. You watch as the croissant warms up the warm, sweet drink. Your first bite of the croissant takes you back to your walk through Zermatt. As the train reaches the end of this stretch of meadow, you find yourself coming over your first bridge. The train stops for a moment. allowing you to take a long look at the stunning piece of architecture. The stone bridge pops against the green trees behind. It is tall, spanning over a babbling creek below. Stone archways support the tracks, resembling a piece of art. The train glides over the bridge. You glance down below at that slow-flowing creek. White water laps over rocks and around bends, winding over fallen pine trees as it makes its way downstream. Everywhere you look is another incredible sight, and you have plenty of time to take a breath and truly take it all in. The snail's pace of the train is soothing and deeply appreciated in an environment that is this stunning. The train begins to wind down the mountain. In the distance, nestled within a valley, you can just make out a small town. This is Brig, Switzerland. Slowly, the wilderness of the Alps is replaced by charming buildings as you inch closer and closer towards Brig. The buildings are crafted of white stone with iron balconies and richly colored roofs. Brig is a city flourishing with Italian architecture, hearkening back to its early beginnings. It is a charming city without the tourism focus of Zermatt, though it is nestled around three mountain summits of the Alps: Glisshorn, Spitzhorli, and Takuhorn. It doesn't draw as many mountaineers as the more easily accessible Zermatt. You pull into the town and the train pauses, giving you a short break to explore and stretch your legs. You rise from the table and step out of the train station, taking deep breaths of the mountain air. The sun kisses your skin, refreshing you and warming you in its rays. This time of day, in the mid-morning, Brig is bustling with people. Couples glide by on bikes, smiling at one another. A woman sails by with a fluffy pup in her basket. Flowers line the courtyard, all swaying lightly in the breeze. You sit down in a carved iron chair and take in your surroundings. It slows your heart and mind, seeing everyone going about their day, interacting peacefully with one another, enjoying this beautiful scenery. The iron balconies of Brig are flourishing with flowers. Looking out over the cobblestone street is like looking over a sea of pink, orange, and yellow. It takes your breath away and deeply soothes your soul. Satisfied, you climb back onto the train, ready to embark onto the next destination. As you exit Brig, you find yourself crossing the Rhine River. The river is a turquoise blue, with white caps splashing over the rocks. In the distance, river cruises meander across the waves, allowing their visitors to take in the same views. And the views are breathtaking. As you ascend higher into the mountains, the snow on the peaks seems to be growing closer and closer. The white and gray peaks are contrasted by the rolling green hills that surround you. Once you've passed the Rhine River, you enter the Upper Rhone Valley, a valley of rolling meadows surrounded by those snowy peaks. The Upper Rhone Valley is everything you expect Switzerland to be. It is here that small villages pass by your window. They seem so far away from each other, so disconnected and remote. In that same realm, their atmosphere is one of peace. The villagers look happy. They move along at a pace as slow as the trains, as if they are taking in the scenery just as much as you are, only they're experiencing it day after day after day after day. You watch in awe as farmers tend to their cows and people place their clothes out to dry on clotheslines. You can only imagine how fresh and clean those clothes would feel after a long day of hanging in this alpine air. The hours pass as you lean against the window, sipping calmly on your hot chocolate and nibbling on your croissant. The train meanders over more stone bridges and through stone tunnels. As you emerge from each tunnel, you find yourself even more taken aback by the views as the mountains are revealed to you once more. As you near the town of Andermatt, you key in on the sound of the train once more. The drone of the wheels urges you to get as comfortable as possible. With your eyes half closed, you lean against the window and wrap your arms around yourself. You sink deeply into the seat and let out a gentle sigh of relief. This is, without a doubt, the most glorious way to see the countryside. Every single bit of landscape outside the window is like a painting. As time passes, the train begins a long ascent up the mountains. Here, you are experiencing the most desolate part of the journey. The Rhine River rises to its highest point here. During winter, the landscape is barren and rocky, but now it is a slice of isolated heaven. Winding behind tall mountains, miles and miles from the nearest town, you pass by civilization that once was, old farmland that has been forgotten for decades rolls by the window. The log fencing bows into the ground. Life sprouts up from the cracks in the wooden logs, flowers and bits of moss that found a home wherever they could. Behind it, a small farmhouse sits in the middle of the meadow. Yellow and white flowers cover the ground in swaths of color all around it. The house itself has a thatched roof, with tall plants and grass growing from it. Birds nestle in the grass, comfortable and happy to have a cozy home. It's hard to imagine that once a family's whole life was here. You imagine them in old clothing, the children hanging around the fences in the summertime sun, the parents hard at work in the garden or walking hand in hand. What a peaceful life they must have had here. They'd have no distractions, no interruptions, aside from the weather patterns rippling across the high-altitude landscape here. As the old farm passes by the train window, disappearing behind the next mountain peak, you know you will hold it in your heart forever. Few people will experience something so wild, distant, and beautiful. The train begins its long descent to Chur along the Rhine Valley. It is here that one of the most breathtaking sights comes into view, Ruinalta, also known as Switzerland's Grand Canyon. a canyon carved by decades of glaciers and the Rhine River. Ruin Alta is an area where the bright blue river shines against stark white rock faces. Your eyes focus entirely on the view as you descend deeper and deeper into the canyon. A few pine trees pop out against the white rock, providing a rainbow of colors. This part of the trip is taken slowly. It pauses every few hundred feet to take in the view. You appreciate each and every stop, completely in awe of this wonderful landscape. You bid the canyon farewell and descend even further until you reach Kur. Unlike any of the other towns you've seen, Kur is surrounded by miles and miles of vineyards. The town itself is a brilliant mix of cultures. Medieval cities remain within the town limits, and Roman settlements can be seen. This is the lowest town you will visit on your train journey. As you pass through the town, you see rows of colorful buildings and antique brickwork. Ancient churches pepper the city, their steeples standing tall and proud against the bright blue sky. You continue on through Kur, heading for your final destination, St. Moritz. To get there, you wind up into the mountains yet again, passing by the ruins of ancient cities and castles you can see far in the distance of the valleys. It is here that you will pass Landwasser Viaduct, one of the most impressive sights on the trip. This bridge hovers 200 feet above the ground, curving from one tunnel to the next over a beautiful expanse of wildlife and nature. As the train chugs along, passing over the spectacular bridge, you take in the final marvel of the trip, and how fitting it is, a brilliant piece of human ingenuity, allowing you to connect with nature from afar. As you enter the tunnel, you close your eyes and tune in once more to the sound of the train. You can feel it moving under you in the darkness, winding through the thick mountain around you, inching further and further towards St. Moritz. When you exit the tunnel, you see the town in the distance, tucked between the mountains and a sparkling lake. It is a resort town unlike any other, one that you will surely be enjoying. As the train pulls into the station, you take a deep breath. The trip brought you from one side of Switzerland to the other, exploring beautiful, forgotten places and some of the most stunning mountains on Earth. You feel refreshed and inspired. As you step off the train, you can't help but glance back at it fondly one more time. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we travel through the wintry countryside. We will wind through snow-blanketed cedar forests, sail alongside wild, ice-shrouded rivers, and watch the golden sun make its way across the winter landscape, illuminating it in the beautiful glow that can only be found this time of year. You find yourself standing before a red wooden door. A fresh green wreath and winter berries hang from the top of the door, cascading down and giving it a cozy, welcoming feel. You reach for the ornate, antique doorknob, wondering about what possibilities could lie beyond the door. As you open it, a cheerful ding rings out from an old brass bell dangling at the outside edge of the door. It tings and tings in the gentle motion of the wind beyond the door. And my, there is much beauty to be seen beyond the door. A blur of red moves past you as you open it, revealing an entirely new world just beyond. A world of crisp, fresh white. You're standing in what seems to be the center of the forest. All around you, impossibly tall cedar trees shudder with every small gust of wind, their branches weighed down by a thick layer of snow. The landscape before you is bathed in snow, aglow in it. The sun overhead paints each flake with a touch of magic, causing them to sparkle and dance as you step further away from the door and deeper into the scene before you. It takes you a moment to realize that you're standing on a train platform. The old wood planks below you have been recently cleared of snow, but tiny little flakes have since landed, icing onto the ancient, cracked wood that seems as though it was cut from the grandfathers of the trees around you long, long ago. The boards creak beneath you as you step further out into the frosty air, breathing it in deeply and fully. The air has a bite to it that only snow can bring. It invigorates you with every deep, long breath you take in. In the breath, you can smell the lushness of the landscape around you, the spicy, aromatic aroma of long cedar branches, weighed down by a blanket of crisp snow. The brisk smell of pine needles that have rained down on the snow, carving tiny little caves for themselves in the powder as they land. The smoky fragrance of wood stoves, peppered throughout the countryside, burning through freshly cut wood to warm, cozy homes on this peaceful, lazy day. At your feet, train tracks look as if they have been woven into the snow. They look old and unused, and you can't possibly fathom where they are meant to lead to or from, this deep within the woods. Above you, a vintage sign hangs, dancing in the wind. Snow and ice coat it, keeping you from reading it in full. Undeterred, you reach up and brush your hand over the snow and ice to dislodge it. The feeling of the cold snow on your skin brings you a sense of connection to the landscape around you, to this vast and peaceful wilderness. At last, the sign is clear of snow and ice, and the vintage writing reads, "The Aurora Express," written in a bright, welcoming font. You have never heard of such a train before, and yet, at that moment, you hear it coming. In the distance, it begins as a low, steady drone, the drone of metal on metal, the drone of something sailing through the cold air with ease, kicking back plumes of snow in a puff of white as it breezes by trees heavy with snow. You can see the smokestack of the old train as it sails through the winding countryside. The gray and black smoke is a beautiful contrast to the white, fluffy clouds overhead. Clouds that you are sure are full of snow that is ready to drift down onto the earth at any moment. You hear a whistle as the train grows closer. Against the stillness and quiet of winter, where all of nature's usual sounds are muffled by the snow, it is a welcome, bright sound. It's not long before the train emerges through the thick throng of cedar trees just at the edge of the clearing. It's like something out of a movie, so impossibly beautiful that you blink hard simply to see if you are dreaming or not. The train is antique. The metal sides are a stark black against the whiteness of winter. Red and gold accents give the whole thing a regal, inviting look. It's a breathtaking sight. Bits of snow cover its top and the grate at the front of the train, and in the center, a winter wreath adorned with pine cones, cranberries, and ribbons hangs, blowing in the soft breeze. The train rolls to a stop before you, and as it does, it lets out a metallic groan. There is the hiss of steam, the sound of gears, bits, and bobs decompressing as it comes to a rest. Above you, windows line the edges of the train. You can't see all the way inside, but you can feel the warmth emanating from them. Not just physical warmth, but a comforting energy that puts you at ease. The door before you is adorned in gold print, reading The Aurora Express. You reach for the door, compelled to look inside, to see what adventures this train has in store. And just as you do, the door opens. A kindly woman looks down at you, her eyes radiating an affectionate, bright energy. Her hair tumbles down to her shoulders in thick gray curls, and she blinks at you from behind a pair of wire-rimmed glasses. She wears a red and gold velvet suit, a suit lost in time, untethered to any place, any decade. "Welcome aboard, my dear," she chimes, her voice like a balm against the cool winter wind. You cuddle up a little tighter in your coat as you look up at her quizzically. You tell her that you don't have a ticket and that you don't know where the train could possibly be going. She smiles at you with unrivaled warmth, and takes you by the hand kindly, welcoming you up into the train. "You don't need a ticket, my dear. This train will return you here when we have completed our journey." You smile at her and step onto the train. And as you do, you are met with an assortment of wonderful sights, sounds, and smells. The interior of the train is composed of a rich, solid mahogany running along the insides of the walls. Copper sconces secured tightly on the wall twinkle with bright amber candles that flicker softly against the windows and the walls. A red carpet runs between the luxurious compartments that line the corridor, compartments with mahogany tables and rich red velvet seats. You make your way down the aisle to the empty compartment at the far end. As you pass by others, a smile crosses your lips. There are parents with their children, indulging in warm cups of hot chocolate as they giggle and cuddle with one another. There are other smiling faces enjoying themselves, gazing out the window with wonder in their eyes, their hands clasped together in childlike glee. Everyone is beaming with positivity, with a sense of serenity that makes you feel at home, even in a situation as strange as this one. You take your seat, facing the direction that the train is going to head. The woman who met you at the door breezes by you with an air of comfort around her. She places a cup of hot chocolate in front of you. It's an ornate, handmade mug that feels like it belongs in your hands. You wrap your hands around it, warming your fingers after that brief time out in the wintry weather. As the train begins to move along, you sip on the hot cocoa, savoring the richness and depth of it on your tongue. It reminds you of cold childhood days, of winter movies, of the songs and smells and cooking of the season. The train chugs along, picking up speed as it glides through the vast, beautiful countryside. You gaze out the window in awe as this wonderful world drifts by you in a way you've never seen before. The rhythm of the train soothes you, urging you to relax more and more into the plush seat you are sitting on. The forest around you looks like a postcard. At first, you are sailing through a sea of cedar, spruce, and cypress. Their lofty branches hold the weight of the snow well. It is like a dusting on their leaves, a gift that they carry and wear with pride. Their cinnamon bark is a bright swath of color against the green and white, reminding you of the warmth that can be found in this season. As you continue along, the trees of the forest and the landscape around you gradually begin to change. The forest thins out, and you find yourself approaching a world that is entirely new. A river laces through the countryside at the base of vast, stunning mountains. The mountains are so tall, so bathed in majesty, that they look as though they are in a painting. The caps are dusted with layers and layers of snow, and as your eyes travel down the ridges and inclines, you find swaths of trees, of granite, of climbing plants. The river is frozen over in some spots, but not in all. As you breeze by a bend in the stream, you're mesmerized by the moving water gliding over the smooth rocks at the river bottom. The stream disappears into a layer of ice, continuing its motion far below the surface. Winding along the river, the trees here are vastly different from those in the depths of the forest. Here, birch trees pepper the landscape, and they take your breath away. The cream and gray flecked bark of the birch trees pops against the stark white snow, and the flexible branches bend under the weight of ice that is encasing them. The trees bend over completely in a magnificent arc, like an art piece crafted by the hands of Mother Nature. The ice that coats every single branch is breathtakingly beautiful, sparkling in the light of the sun. It looks too perfect for this world, like melted diamonds dripping down the branches. The line of birch trees creates a unique archway through the landscape. You pass alongside it, wanting desperately to reach out and brush your fingers over the branches. You pop open the window just an inch, and when you do, you are greeted by perhaps the most glorious sound you have ever heard. As the train whistles on by, the birch tree branches rustle and swoosh together. They ring out, chiming like glasses clinking together on a night of celebration. You close your eyes and simply listen to the shimmering sound, savoring the beauty of it, the softness. The cool air on your face invigorates you and makes you feel connected to the earth. And in that fresh air, you smell something familiar. There is a biting briskness to it, an icy, smooth aroma that tells you exactly what you are going to open your eyes to. And when you do, you are not surprised to see snow drifting down from the heavy clouds overhead. It's not just any snowstorm either. The snowflakes are large, and as they drift slowly down from the sky in listless, serene paths, you are mesmerized. They fall so slowly that it's almost as if they are suspended in time, immune to gravity. Everyone on the train looks out the window in awe. The sense of peace is irresistible. You feel as though you could sit and watch the snow fall over the landscape for hours. And so, you do. The train continues on through the countryside, passing by more birch trees weighed down under the weight of ice. You see willow trees that are but a carousel of ice and beauty, spinning and swaying in the winter wind. You glide through a mountain pass and are rendered breathless by the beauty that lies before you. The train tracks seem to be the only things that can fit between the two impossibly tall mountains. You trace their ridges with your eyes, gazing at the snow coating the sides in wonder. And it is not just snow on the mountains. Mountain goats hop by you, unbothered by your presence. They glide across the edge of the mountain with such grace and confidence in themselves. Snow gathers on the soft fort of their backs, but they do not seem to mind. On occasion, you see one of them shaking off their fur, leaving it refreshed and ready for the next blanket of snow that will undoubtedly gather there. As you emerge out of the pass between the mountains, you find yourself descending down into a peaceful valley. From the edge, you can look down over all of it. A charming village rests in the far distance, nestled between a split in the river. On the outskirts, farmland stretches as far as the eye can see. Farmland that is tucked in between various forests and patches of wilderness, left to flourish in the way nature intended. You slowly pass by one particularly beautiful patch of forest. Cedar, pine, and dormant oak trees line an old rock fence. You imagine a family, a community working decades and decades ago to build that fence together. You round the corner to see a farmhouse sitting in the snow. It is a classic red and white farmhouse with a wraparound porch that you can imagine spending many lazy, peaceful nights on. Every window is illuminated by a candlestick on the sill, adding to the cozy, welcoming energy that the home exudes. In the front yard, a mother stands with her two young daughters. The girls are bundled up in their snow gear, tottering along as much as the suits will allow them. They toss snowballs at each other with childlike glee and laughter. Nothing else in the world matters to them but this moment, this glorious day in the snow. Their mother glances at them occasionally as she chops wood for the wood stove inside, a wood stove that you can see churning out warm wood smoke from the living room. She is encouraging the kids to have more and more fun. The mother gathers the wood up and places it in a red sled bit by bit, readying herself to drag it back to the house through the snow. It's a sight that fills you with happiness, with hope, with serenity. Seeing them so tied to the moment, so deeply connected to the joy they're experiencing, it feels like magic. The train continues on, breezing by farmhouse after farmhouse. Each is illuminated in their own warm lights as the sun slowly begins to work its way over the horizon, nearing sunset. You listen to the peaceful chug of the engine and the wheels as you near the town center. The train sails through town, cutting across quaint cobblestone crossings and peaceful churchyards. The town looks as though it is happily stuck in time. Locally owned shops display their wares in their dimly lit windows, and people scurry home on the sidewalks, hand in hand with their loved ones. There's a feeling of utter peace in the town. A few people turn and wave to the train as you pass. You have a suspicion that you may be one of the only trains that passes through this town, one of its few connections to the outside world. You wave back to the people you pass with a smile on your face. Slowly, ever so slowly, the town fades into the background behind you. You imagine what life is like during winter for the people in it. You picture them going to the local grocery store to get food grown by the farmers in the area, by their friends, by their community. You can picture them carrying their wares home through the snow, either in a sled behind them or on the back of a snowmobile. They meet their family at the door, unloading the fresh groceries to make a warm meal, a roast or a stew or a soup that is as filling and nourishing as their special family time together. You find yourself dreamily gazing out the window as you imagine their lives there, a life that still exists all across the world, tucked away in small villages in the mountains and the countryside. Out the window, the sights before you are breathtaking. It is still snowing, and yet many of the clouds have cleared, exposing the sky at sunset. It is a brilliant expanse of orange, pink, blue, and purple, a mosaic of every color of the rainbow, blending together like a watercolor painting. There's such a pastel softness to it, a pastel softness that is only made more beautiful as it silhouettes the big snowflakes still drifting down from the remaining clouds overhead. You watch in awe for quite some time. It's more like a painting than real life, and you want to soak up every moment of it. As the colors progress across the sky, the woman who met you at the door returns, placing a freshly made tomato soup in front of you. You dip warm toast into the hearty, sweet, tart soup and savor every bite. It warms you nearly as much as the experience does. You feel a sense of unity and belonging with the other people on the train. Everyone is silently eating, indulging in the beauty and relaxation of the moment. Slowly, the hues of the sunset fade, and you are left with a brilliant night sky. The clouds have cleared, and the fields and meadows before you are illuminated in the light of the moon. The peace that is found during winter is only enhanced when night falls. There's a stillness to the air, to the world. Everyone is allowed to rest, to be free from any and all obligations. And in that stillness, something otherworldly begins to stir. Overhead, unexpectedly colors spring to life from the night sky. At first, it is but a shimmer of purple and green. You blink hard, unsure if you are truly seeing what you think you are seeing. But as your vision clears and the sight remains, the meaning of the train's name clicks. Above you, the aurora borealis sparkles and dances across the inky black night sky. It waves in ribbons of color, giving life to the winter night sky. People on the train cannot keep themselves from whispering in shock, in delight, in awe. It is a spectacle unlike any other. The colors of the lights bathe the snow below in a reflection of the light. The stark white is painted purple, green, blue, and it shimmers and dances just like light at a river bottom. The train continues along, and the aurora seems to follow alongside you. You watch it dance over a forest of pine, of cedar. You watch it shine between the icy, bent branches of a birch tree. You watch it sparkle just above the wise, long tendrils of a willow tree. And it doesn't lose its luster, not even once. You are utterly enchanted by it. Slowly, the train enters a familiar forest. The tall cedar trees are wrapped in a new layer of snow, a layer which the train brushes off as it sails by. It chugs to a stop at the well-known station. You rise from your comfortable seat, gathering your things, and bidding farewell to the train that has felt like a home for the past few hours. As you exit, the woman who greeted you at the door shakes your hand. She invites you to come again, and from the warmth of her handshake and her words, you know she means it. You step out onto the train platform, the only person to be exiting here. It's cooler now, as night has swept across the landscape. Your breath is visible in white puffs that escape your lips. You curl up tighter in your jacket, perfectly warm beneath it. The train lets out a groan and a crack as it prepares to continue on its journey. You wave as it slowly begins to move, chug, chug, chugging off into the trees, disappearing into a shroud of greenery. You smile to yourself in the cool night air. Overhead, the stars sparkle brighter than ever. You know the experience you have had aboard the Aurora Express will keep you warm all the way home. And my, will it be a beautiful journey. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a sleepy train journey through time. We'll explore the Renaissance in Europe, the late Edo period in Japan, the Wild West in America, and even modern day around the world. We'll rest in our cozy train car as the changing world moves around us, giving us glimpses of beautiful landscapes, famous people, and important moments and movements in history. You open your eyes on the boat to discover that you are, indeed, exactly where you thought you would be. You are in a city in Italy. The buildings are awash in bright colors, and the people are dressed in what appears to be Renaissance clothes. You rub your eyes to get a good look at them, rather confused on how you've ended up here. It feels like you're in the midst of a play, like you've stumbled into a dream of some kind, but you don't feel unsafe. On the contrary, you feel like somehow you're exactly where you're meant to be. Excuse me, a woman's voice chimes just behind you. You turn slowly in the boat to meet her eye. She has a kind, warm face with honey-colored eyes and a bright smile on her face. She's dressed in an outfit you've never seen before. She looks official, almost like a train conductor in a uniform. But the dress she's wearing is flowy, like it was plucked out of some strange time period in the past, or the future that has never or has yet to occur. Excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you, she says, but I believe you have the pleasure of joining us on this train. Would you mind handing me the ticket out of your pocket? You reach into your silk pajama pocket. Sure enough, just inside is a thick piece of paper, a ticket with green and blue writing on it, all in cursive. All aboard the history tour is all it reads, but that gives you a sense of calm. You hand it to the woman, who stamps the ticket with her ticket puncher and hands it back to you with a smile. Welcome aboard, she chimes. A relaxing, peaceful journey through history awaits you. You step onto the train with no hesitation, And when you enter it, you're blown away by how luxurious yet cozy it is. The interior is finely crafted with mahogany. The large, plush green seats are not just seats, but large enough to be beds. Pillows that you could sink your whole body into sit beneath each window, offering travelers a place to rest their weary heads. You sit down on the seat with a relaxed sigh. The train car smells of so many soothing scents: chamomile, lavender, and steaming Earl Grey tea with just a dash of milk. You rest your head against the floor-to-ceiling window, breathing in the comforting aroma as you grow more and more comfortable in your seat. The train woman steps on and closes the door behind her. She gives you a nod, telling you that any moment now you will be heading out. And you do. The train rumbles to life. Slowly, it begins to depart from the station, emitting big plumes of dark smoke in the sky that leave a magical, almost fairy tale-like trail behind you. You listen to the rhythm of the train, the rumble as it moves on along the tracks. You can practically picture the wheels moving around and around in perfect motion. The sound of that steady rhythm makes you a tad bit sleepy. It is something you can rely on, something you can always turn your attention to if you get too distracted by the scenery of history out of your window. But my, what beautiful scenery it is. You gaze out to see the stunning countryside of Italy, and as you do, you feel warmth in your hand. You look down at your ticket to see that it is glowing in a warm orange light. As it glows, words are slowly rearranged and change on the ticket face. Now it reads Renaissance period. You are in Renaissance Italy. The Renaissance, or rather a long Renaissance in Italy, was a period of time between the 1300s and the 1500s. After years of darkness and struggle, the people of the Renaissance period were able to experience life in earnest and not just survive, but thrive. The word Renaissance itself means rebirth in French, and this period of time was indeed a rebirth for the people of Europe. It was a period of time where people decided to actually look back in order to move forward. There was a renewed interest in ancient Greece and ancient Rome, not just in their society, but in their way of thinking in their art, in their creations. For so long, the world had been focused on praising the gods, focused on good and evil and war. But during the Renaissance, people used time to reflect, time to think about the world around them. There was an increased interest in exploring our purpose on this earth, an increased interest in philosophy, in humanism, a belief in self, self-worth, and individual expression. And as you gaze out the window, you can clearly see that expressed in the Italian countryside here. The train winds past farm after farm, full of beautiful crops. There are olive trees, citrus groves, and lush gardens flourishing with vegetables. But the people aren't just working the fields, covered in grime and tired. There are people sitting under trees, relaxing in the light of the warm sun. There are even some people reading from books. It was during the Renaissance, in 1450, when Johannes Gutenberg invented the printing press. For the first time in history, copies could be made of written works, which meant ideas could spread across the whole of Europe. And at the time, there were a lot of ideas to go around. These new books that people had access to gave them a more expansive view of their continent, of the world, and of their purpose. You watch as the train slowly meanders around a family farm. The father sits under a large, towering tree. You aren't sure what kind, but the wood is a warm, cinnamon color, and the leaves rise over their heads and provide shade like a massive canopy. The father turns a page in a book with a look of pride on his face as he reads the words aloud to his family. His wife has her head resting on his chest, and the children around him are staring at their father with wide, excited eyes, almost as if they can't believe the beautiful words they are hearing. It is a beautiful summer day, and all is right in the world on their cozy little farm on the outskirts of the city. You wind through more and more countryside, but in the distance, you spot a city growing on the horizon. And even from here, you have a sense of what city it is. It is the city that perhaps was influenced the most by the Renaissance, Florence, Italy. And what a sight the city is. The orange and red terracotta roofs are like a shining sun in a sea of mountains and forests. You can see the dome of the Cathedral of St. Mary of the Flower, or simply the Florence Cathedral, the most impressive building in the entire city. There is a reason that this city looks so much more luxurious, so much more aesthetically pleasing than the previous city that you saw. And that is because of the city's rulers. The Medici family were the rulers of Florence for much of the Renaissance. A family of incredible wealth, they spent their fortune on artists and creators. They hired painters and sculptors to create breathtaking art for both their family and the city itself. As you round the corner, you are able to see one of these artists at work. You chug along a beautiful city street. Flowers hang in the flower boxes all around you. People meander through the sunny streets without a care in the world. And then, as you come across a town square, you see it. A man standing before a statue. It's a statue you, and pretty much anyone in the world, would recognize immediately. It's the statue of David, created by Michelangelo. Here, in person, not hidden behind any museum ropes. It is even more breathtaking than you ever imagined. The body of the statue glistens in the sun, and only then do you realize that it has just been chiseled and is just being finished. The man standing below the statue is none other than Michelangelo himself. You watch in awe for quite a long moment, marveling at this special moment in history. And then the train continues on. As the train sails out of Florence, you are met once again with the countryside, and, to your surprise, the woman who helped you on the train comes over to your plush seat. She pulls out a tray and sets down multiple plates of food. At first, you are surprised. You've never seen food like this before. She explains that this is a meal that the wealthy would be able to have in Italy during the Renaissance period. And it truly looks delicious. On the plates before you are a roast pheasant and a large, fresh salad. The salad is topped with fennels and artichokes, and off to the side, there is a big, ripe peach, one of the sweetest ones you've ever tasted in your life. You dine on this amazing meal as the train continues to chug along. And there, in the distance, you spot something that you wouldn't expect to see in the countryside in Europe during this time period. You see a large tunnel carved into the mountainside. As you near it, a wave of color washes over you. You look around with a bit of confusion, unsure of what's to come next. But then, slowly, ever so slowly, you emerge into the light. And you are no longer in Italy, no longer in the Renaissance period. In fact, you are years and years later, and worlds away. The countryside beyond your window is drastically different from the countryside of Italy. The air simmers with humidity, and the landscape is even more lush and green and breathtaking. There are mountains beyond your window that rise high into the sky, so high, in fact, that their peaks are blanketed by a layer of thick mist, a haze that makes it even more mysterious. But when you spot something in the distance, the mystery of where you are exactly melts away, because before you, on the horizon, is a tall white castle. But it is not a European-style castle. It is a Japanese castle with painstakingly designed sloped roofs and beautiful features. Its sides are painted a sleek, stunning white. Once more, you feel a warmth begin to radiate in your hand. You look down to see that glowing amber light, and within it, the words on your ticket begin to change once more. Staring back at you, written in a blue and green font, is the Edo period. You are in Edo period Japan, in this case, the late Edo period. The Edo period was an era from 1603 to 1867, an era full of history, progress, and art. The period began with the governance of the Tokugawa shogunate and ended with the Meiji Restoration, which was marked by the restoration of imperial rule by the final shogun, Tokugawa Yoshinobu. During this time period, Japan was united for the first time under a single government. The true rulers were shoguns, not the emperors, who were mostly just figureheads. There was a strict social hierarchy in Japan at the time, though. It was a time where people of different social standings all seemed to flourish. At the time, Japan was almost entirely isolated from the rest of the world, except for some Chinese and Dutch traders that were only allowed to stay in a special quarter in Nagasaki. Much like the Renaissance, this was a period of time for reflection, for growth, and for art. People began to find even more of an interest in philosophy, specifically in Neo-Confucianism. The economy was incredibly stable during this time period, allowing for people to find joy in simple pleasures. It was during the Edo period that kabuki, a classical form of Japanese dance drama, developed, and many different kinds of art were able to come to the forefront and be enjoyed by the general public. It was the first time in history that people in urban areas had the time and the means to enjoy art and the urban lifestyle and culture, especially the pleasure-seeking aspects of it. This pursuit of pleasure and enjoyment became known as ukiyo-e, which means the floating, fleeting world. Geisha became popular, poetry flourished, and, perhaps most notable of all, woodblock art prints became something that people of almost all social standings could afford to buy. As your train rounds a corner, you find yourself in a traditional Japanese town. The buildings are crafted of wood and paper, The people are at peace, meandering down the streets, tending to their quaint gardens, enjoying the feeling of the sun and the warm breeze. But at the end of the street, you see something rather peculiar. There is a man bent over there, a man that is carving something into wood. As the train grows closer and eventually stops next to the man, you find yourself glued to the window. The art that he is carving is something you have seen hundreds of times before. It is one of the most parodied and referenced pieces of art in the entire world. It is the Great Wave off Kanagawa, and the artist sitting before you, hard at work, is none other than Katsushika Hokusai. It is the most famous print in Hokusai's collection known as 36 Views of Mount Fuji. The wave in the picture is so prominent that some people don't even notice Mount Fuji in the background, practically dwarfed by the white and blue wave. It is estimated that there were around 5,000 original copies of the Great Wave off Kanagawa created, but few of them survive to this day. You watch in awe as he works like the master he is on the woodblock print. And as the train continues on, you carry a feeling of magical beauty and peace, unlike anything you've felt before. The cities and countryside of Japan are breathtaking. The people seem happy going about their days, enjoying art, going to puppet theaters, choosing clothes that represent the fashion statement of the times, rather than just a necessity. It is a good time to be there, a good time to be breathing in the fresh mountain air and listening to the sound of the bamboo creaking as it's blown back and forth perpetually. You continue on deeper into the countryside. In the far distance, you see Mount Fuji rising over the horizon. Its snow-capped top is inimitable, and for the first time, you consider how remarkable it is that you can still gaze upon that same mountain today. Soon, the woman from the train approaches you again. She gives you a smile and puts several plates and bowls down before you. And, to your surprise, it doesn't look all that different from food that is eaten in Japan to this day. There's a bowl of steaming brown rice, fragrant with herbs and spices. There's a bowl of hot miso soup and a plate of vegetables and freshly caught fish. You recline in your comfortable seat and gaze out the window as you dine on this wonderful meal. A meal that is so perfect it hasn't changed in hundreds of years. In the distance, you spot a tunnel. As you approach it this time, you know what you're in for. You close your eyes as you go through the tunnel. A flash of light envelops you. And when you open your eyes again, there are snow-capped mountains blanketing the horizon. but around you are no fields of green. There are no Japanese houses, no kabuki theaters or woodblock art. But the strangest part is you are at the tail end of the Edo period. You're just on the other side of the world. The ticket in your hand glows with warmth, illuminating you in the cabin in that golden light. And on it, the American frontier magically appears. You gaze out your window with a new understanding of what you're seeing. These are fields of amber, stretching as far as your eye can see. The trees are sparse, yet beautiful, reaching up for the heavens, as if they're just there to connect the earth to them. The land is untouched by Europeans for the most part. There are no buildings, no towns, no settlements. There are just stunning, wide open plains. As you chug through the landscape, you lean your head back and allow yourself to grow more and more sleepy. To the right of you, they finally appear. A wagon train, cutting through the landscape to make the long, long journey west. They are pioneers, making their way across the stunning expanse of land, with hopes of developing new towns and finding new farms on the other coast. They travel in covered wagons in groups of up to 100, each carrying all of their belongings on the back of a wagon. All that they need to start a new life is in the wagon, and they are unsure of what lies on the distant horizon. You watch as they ride their horses through the untamed wilderness, wind in their hair, wind that smells of sweet grass and juniper and cornflowers. In the distance, you see a tunnel in the mountain. You know what is to come, so you take a deep breath and soak up every last bit of the landscape that you can. The way the sun shines on the amber waves of grain, the way the wind makes the trees billow, the way your eyes can rest easily, staring into the wilderness without a single thing blocking your line of sight. And then, once more, you are in the tunnel. You listen to the steady rhythm of the train, the chug and the clinking of metal on metal. It's all so soothing in the darkness that you find your eyes slowly, slowly closing. The train woman lays a gentle hand on your shoulder and hands you something. You open your eyes to see a steaming cup of tea in your grasp as you emerge out of the tunnel. You wonder what's next, but then you realize where you are. You're in present times, somewhere in the countryside in the UK. There are rolling green hills around you. A modern, quaint little town is nestled between the hills. Cars and bikes meander down the hills on this gray, rainy day, but it's peaceful, so utterly peaceful that you feel more and more sleepy by the second. That tea will warm you up. Feel free to take it back home to your nice, cozy bed. The train woman chimes. The train finally comes to a gentle stop. The woman helps you to your feet with a kind smile. She drops a sugar cube in your tea. You watch with sleepy eyes as it dissolves before you. Then you take a sip of the calming chamomile tea. What a journey you have been on, and what a great thing to give you as you continue on your way. You wave to the train woman, thanking her for this experience. And as you step off the train under the shelter of an umbrella, warmed by the steam of the tea, you think about how truly lucky you are to be here and now. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a sleepy train journey, unlike any other on Earth. We will wind along tracks that lace through beautiful countryside and pass through enchanted tunnels that will allow us to emerge into brand new worlds. Worlds of magic, of fantasy, and of tranquility. You find yourself standing at the train station on the kind of July day that doesn't seem like July. Dark gray clouds hang low over the sky, so heavy and imposing that they almost seem close enough to touch. Though it isn't the weather most people dream of, it gives the entire landscape before you a dreamy, sleepy atmosphere. The meadows that sprawl all the way to the horizon seem brighter somehow, their green grass popping with vibrancy against the dark backdrop of this stormy summer day. A thin mist hangs over the countryside, painting the views of the horizon with a gossamer that gives everything a dreamlike feel. You stand beneath an overhang as rain pours down from the edges of the roof above you. The sound of the steady drizzle dances against your ears, causing a wave of peace to wash over you. The rain seems to always encourage everyone to move slowly, to take the time to really look at the world around them and breathe in the aroma of the fresh, cool air. You take a deep breath as you stand beneath the overhang that shields you from the cool rain. You feel the fresh, invigorating breath fill your lungs and nourish your body and soul. On the breeze, you can smell the earthy, brilliant aroma of the rain. You can smell the fragrance of the rain-slicked flowers in the far distance, of the lupine and daisies and lavender and tulips, mixed with the calming scent of the damp soil and the cobblestone streets. It brings you a sense of peace that only a rainy day can. The station is empty aside from you. You assume that the rain has kept people at bay and urged them to spend a cozy day inside. But you intend on spending your rainy day somewhere even cozier, somewhere even more relaxing. You hear it before you see it. There's an echo, a rumbling, ringing off the distant mountaintops from down the train tracks. Ever so slowly, the train chugs into view. A stack of smoke rises from the train as it moves toward your station, looking like something that's been plucked out of a fairy tale. Against the rainy, misty backdrop, the mahogany sides of the train somehow look even more warm and inviting. The train rumbles to a stop before you. The dim, flickering candlelights inside the train make all the compartments glow in otherworldly gold that radiates out into the fog surrounding it. For a moment, all you can do is stare up at the compartments, stunned and amazed by how utterly beautiful they are. Then you hear an old wooden door slide open. A dapper man looks down at you, dressed in a slick, old-timey suit. A golden pocket watch hangs out of the front pocket of his dark navy suit. He pulls it out to take a look at it, adjusting his round wire-rimmed glasses to make sure he is getting the right time. He squints a bit and wiggles his trimmed gray mustache as he does some math in his head, surely calculating the journey ahead. Then he smiles down at you, a warm, encouraging smile that puts you completely at ease. He gestures with grandeur to the train. "Good afternoon, my dear passenger. Are you boarding the Fantasy Express today?" he asks, his voice warm and smooth as honey in the chilly air. You reach into your pockets, unsure if you have a ticket for the ride ahead of you. But, to your surprise, you pull one out. It looks like something that was plucked out of the 1800s. A thick pulp paper ticket with calligraphy scrawled on it in thin, dark swoops. The man grins and takes the ticket from your hands with a polite bow. "I see you will be joining us today. This mark here will show you our next destination. Keep it on your person at all times, please." The man takes a single hole punch and snips at the top corner of the ticket. But it is no ordinary cut he has made. The circle is glowing, like it's surging with electricity. A glow rings around the circle, kicking up tiny sparks that glow like the embers of a fire. You press a finger to it, wondering for a moment if you're dreaming, and are surprised to find that it isn't warm to the touch at all. The man gives you a reassuring smile and motions you up to the train. Welcome aboard the Fantasy Express. You step aboard, and as soon as you do, you can clearly see that the ticket is far from the only magical thing you will see today. Plush, cozy tables line the train compartment you have entered. A few scattered people sitting around, chatting about the journey ahead in low, intimate whispers and smiling at one another, totally relaxed. A little girl gazes out the window in wonder, peeping up to ask her mother when she is going to see the magical creatures. And all around the people sitting in the booths, there is real magic happening. Tea kettles lift up into the air, pouring themselves into cups where spoons stir without anyone touching them. Sugar cubes dance across the table in winding little lines, leaping up into the cups of tea in graceful swoops. Trays full of fresh pastries scuttle down the aisle, pausing to give passengers a chance to grab themselves something to eat. A croissant, a donut, a crispy and sugary apple fritter, all of which are so fresh that warm steam is rolling off of them. The sweet aroma of that environment is enough to make you stop and stare for hours. But there's something that stops you from doing that. The ticket in your hand begins to move forward, gently guiding you toward your seat. You follow its tug as it leads you through the compartment into a row of private compartments. You turn toward one at your right, sliding aside a stained glass door that is adorned with stunning pictures. There are castles, unicorns, ocean waves, mermaids, a true world of fantasy and wonder. Inside, it is more cozy and inviting than you could ever imagine. The seats look like they've been handcrafted by a gifted artisan from the 1800s. They are made of a plush burgundy fabric that makes the rainy view outside the window even more beautiful. Rain cascades down over the large, thin window panes, trailing down in winding drops that draw your eye outside. You take a seat in the booth and sink into it. You sigh with relief, surprised by just how comfortable it is. In front of you, a steaming kettle begins to shake, slowly waking itself up and reporting for duty. You watch in awe as it lifts up into the air by magic and tilts itself, pouring warm tea into a mug on the counter in front of you. It levels off the tea and plops back down on the table, returning to its place to await you needing a refill. From the far edge of the table, 2 sugar cubes shake themselves awake. They waddle across the table like 2 little ducklings before they climb the spoon leading up to your tea and hop in, disappearing into it. You take a long sip, breathing in the steam as you do so. It's a black tea, an Earl Grey. The warmth of the steam and the bergamot aromas of the tea itself relaxes you, urging you to sink deeper into your seat. Right after you take your first sip, the train begins to move. You smile as the train glides with ease along the tracks, starting slow and steady, until it eventually finds itself in a rhythm. The drone of the wheels and the engine and all the bits and pieces of the train is soothing background noise to your journey, ever present, reminding you that this is a good, safe place to just let go and relax. You gaze out the window at the rainy scene while you nurse your tea. But then, you notice something rather peculiar. Before you, the ticket that you received is beginning to glow brighter than before. It quivers slightly on the table as the hole that was punched in it expands into what looks like a castle. You pick up the ticket and inspect it, running your fingers over the new symbol that magic has carved there. Then you notice that the train is nearing a tunnel just ahead. You glide into the darkness of the tunnel, leaving you with the soothing, steady sounds of the engine and wheels as they chug along. As soon as you find yourself in the darkness, you find yourself out of it. But you are no longer in a meadow in the countryside, and it is no longer raining. What lies before you is so otherworldly that you find yourself rubbing your eyes and blinking to see if it really is what it appears to be. There are rolling hills around you, emerald hills that are dotted with rock outcroppings. It looks like you've been dropped into a fantasy book taking place in Ireland or the moors of England. All around you, there are stone castles that seem to tower up into the sky. Stone castles with vibrant flags that flutter in the wind against the bright blue sky. You glide through a fantasy town, a town that is full of knights in shining armor atop noble white steeds. A woman in her armor looks down at you and smiles, tossing an intricate amber braid over her shoulder. It seems they are used to to this train making its way through their world. Some women in regal, elegant dresses race through the town, giggling and laughing with one another, with books tucked under their arms. Their tulle and silk dresses seem to glisten in the sun, swishing with every step that they take. The manor cottages around you have thatched roofs and strips of dark wood laid across the beige exterior. Plants climb the edges of the buildings, otherworldly plants that you have never seen before. Some are a rainbow of colors. Some change color as you pass them, and others glow, emitting flashes and sparkles that people pass by nonchalantly. The train swoops out of the village, leaving all the happy villagers behind. You find yourself gliding through the meadows and moors outside of the village. Some people lounge on hand-spun wool blankets, indulging in picnics and playing music for one another as they dine on bread and cheese. Their life seems so simple here, so peaceful and happy and beautiful. To your right, a river flows alongside you. The colors of the river are breathtakingly gorgeous. It is so clear that you can see every rock, every fleck and speck on them that's shimmering in the sun, filtering in through the clean water. In other spots, the water is a milky blue, like a potion that's been poured into the gentle current. You think this world couldn't be more magical until you look up and see a creature standing at a bend in the river up ahead. The unicorn lifts its head to look at you, throwing its lush silver mane behind it as it does so. Its horn is a brilliant spiral of silver, blue, and purple, all calm colors that make you feel relaxed and at ease, even at the sight of a creature this magnificent. The train slows slightly as you bend around the river near the unicorn. The unicorn gazes at you through the window pane, its blue eyes shining as it dips its head to you slightly. It takes one more sip of the cool mountain water. Then, slowly and gracefully, it turns and bounds away from the river, towards the mountains in the distance. Every leap and bound it takes is more elegant and stunning than the next. Up ahead, you notice you are coming to yet another tunnel. You look down at the ticket, wondering what place you could be coming to next. It glows with that magical golden light, and then, slowly, grows yet again into a cutout of a flower. You turn your head slightly as you inspect the flower, wondering what that could possibly mean. The train glides into the tunnel. Once more, you're sitting in the darkness, listening to the soothing chug of the wheels, the engine, the gears. It's enough to almost lull you to sleep. And then, again, you emerge into a new world. A world that is vastly different from the one that you just left behind. It takes you a moment to realize exactly what's going on. Greenery towers all around you. Greenery that you don't particularly recognize. They almost look like trees, but the trunks are a beautiful green, and the canopy above doesn't appear to be made of leaves. Sunlight filters down through the greenery overhead, splashing across the train and your compartment in beautiful shimmering pieces. Finally, it all clicks into place. The things around you are not trees. They are flowers and plants, towering over you like trees. You look up in awe, marveling at the sight of normal, everyday garden flowers from this angle. A daisy overhead shields you from the sun, its white petals like an umbrella on this fine summer day. The moss of the forest floor looks otherworldly as well. It spreads to the base of the massive trees in the distance like a plush, soft carpet. The spirals of emerald and sage seem to be inviting you to lie down and relax, to watch the day go by. You continue winding through this world, marveling at everything from this new angle. And once more, the train begins to slow. Ahead of you, there appears to be a small village tucked beneath this canopy of flowers and plants. A village made of nature itself. There are cozy cottages crafted from acorns stacked and sewn together. To your left, there is a rustic-looking home that has siding made of the ridges from a pine cone. Curtains billow in the windows, curtains made of fallen flower petals that look incredibly soft to the touch. There's a well in the center of the village, made of tiny pebbles with an acorn cap as the bucket in the center. It's the coziest, dreamiest village you have ever seen. You feel completely at peace as you look at it, and you feel even more at peace when the residents meander out of their homes to go about their daily chores. They look just like ordinary humans. If humans got everything they needed straight from nature. They wear clothes woven from leaves and flowers, dresses made of daisy petals, dress shirts made of sage and mint. You pop open your window to breathe in the world just outside the glass. The aroma of this tiny village causes a wave of peace to wash over you with every breath that you take. The air smells of the freshest forest you have ever set foot in. You can smell the earthy soil, the loam, the gentle perfume of the flowers, but mostly you can smell the herbs, The fragrance of the mint, rosemary, and sage gives a spice to the air, an invigorating spice that soothes your entire body and mind. You sink deeper into the seat as you breathe more and more deeply. Up ahead, once again, you notice a tunnel. You smile, ready to see what else this ride has crafted for you. You reach forward and take the thick ticket into your hands, tracing your fingers longingly over the letters before you. Slowly, the hole that's been punched out yet again begins to glow. It transforms from a flower into a ship. You run your finger over the ship, unsure of exactly what it means. You glide into the dark tunnel, and when you emerge out the other side, you find yourself in a world of blue. You are sailing over the ocean in the train. It appears that the tracks are mere inches from the surface, causing a spray of water to kick up around you as the train chugs along. It feels like you are flying over the water, like you're walking on it. There is no land to be seen around you, which makes this unique experience feel even more magical. It's a cloudy day here, the kind of cloudy day that is welcome on the sea. The sun flickers in and out of the white, cottony clouds, providing pockets of warmth and shade. The ocean around you is surprisingly still, glistening with whatever sunlight makes its way down to the waves. The ocean around you is a mosaic of blues: cerulean, cyan, turquoise, cobalt, and azure. Such a brilliant mix of blues that you would think Mother Nature was a painter. Your gaze drifts up, and what you see before you is something you never thought you would see in your lifetime. A pirate ship sails just before you, cutting through the waves with ease. Its white sails billow in the salty sea breeze. You pop open your window even wider just to see what it's like beyond the glass. The scent of the sea makes you think of warm summer days on the coast. It's salty, invigorating, relaxing. You can smell hints of the shore on the breeze, pine trees dotting the rocky coastline, sleepy coastal town bakers making chowder, and fresh rolls peppered with sea salt, sand-lined beaches glistening in the sun. You close your eyes for a moment just to breathe it in more deeply. When you open your eyes, you see the pirate ship before you, turning toward the distant horizon. The crew rise from the cabin to give the train a wave. Some pirates hang onto the rope ladder leading up to the lookout spot. Others pop out of portholes, and some lean down from the deck, happy to see you. Up ahead, you notice yet another tunnel coming up. when you look down at your ticket, you aren't entirely surprised to see the whole glowing and transforming into a picture of a train. When you emerge out of the tunnel, the windows around you are slicked with the peaceful, slow rain. Ahead of you, the train station that you left from awaits. You smile as you gather your things, nourished and soothed by the sights you saw on the Fantasy Express. You put the ticket in your pocket, knowing that you can visit this train anytime you wish.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Chris, and I'm going to tell you a wonderful story that will lull you into a peaceful and restful sleep. Tonight, I will be your guide on a trip best enjoyed slowly. It is the old train to Prague, if one is lucky enough to be on it. Book a ticket at just the right time and place, and you can enjoy a glorious show of nature. When she was only 16 years old, the American poet Emily Dickinson wrote to a friend, "Let us strive together to part with time more reluctantly, to watch the pinions of the fleeting moment until they dim in the distance and the new coming moment claims our attention." Over a century later, the words of this awkward and lonely teenager might just fit in perfectly with our own modern portal of Insta-everything, the frantic pace of time. If one attempts to journey to a place and space where time is seen and beheld as merely fleeting moments, there is almost nowhere better than on a moving train. So now, our awaited train has arrived, and we carefully step on, bags in hand, a sturdy grip on the rails, bracing ourselves for a memorable journey. One of the best, most scenic train routes in Europe is this one. An original Czech train. It plows the tracks from Hamburg in Germany to Prague in Czechia. This route follows the flow of the Elbe River, slicing through deep forests, lively cities, quiet countrysides, and palettes of immense colour. Imagine, if you can, that you have all the time in the world today to claim your attention, as Emily Dickinson wrote, on this train. It moves at a pleasant pace, transporting you from northern Germany, exiting on the eastern side of the country, and then chugging its way into Prague, the charming capital of the Czech Republic. If words could travel, and you know they do, then this would be the perfect place for writing, reflection, and reading. So that is what we are here to accomplish today. In this moment, a little relaxation, and a lot of time. When you take this particular train, look for the restaurant on board. It is the second car fitted with red leather seats, nicely set dining tables, pure white tablecloths, and vintage orb lamps lighting each one. All that is missing is a jazz singer in a red dress, crooning along to classics. If you are lucky to hop on the train during happy hour, enjoy your time at the table, lingering long over Czech drinks and hearty meals, whether alone or with company. Are you comfortable now? Perfect. How many a future author has sat in this restaurant car, pondering the passing of time? The scenery outside the train's wide windows slips aside, and new scenes emerge with every second. You might recall again the poet's penned words. In this short life that only lasts an hour, how much, how little is within our power. Take your time on this train. It is all you have. As the sun sinks, its light is warped by dark blue clouds. They shift heavily in front of its blinding light, as if competing for your attention. Pine forests may blur your vision for a moment. The trees seem to be racing past you. But you know it's all just a matter of perspective and movement. As your train approaches a village, you observe the slanted roofs of typical German homes, all uniform in colour, all with neat open gardens, unfenced. It's only a few seconds before rolling hills sway by you again. And then a body of water. As the evening sun continues shining, those competitive clouds now part. You chug past a lake, the light reflecting sharply in the water's stillness. Overhead, birds soar in a V motion, and your gaze wanders to where they might be headed. Within seconds, they and the lake are far out of your view. You turn your attention to the restaurant menu. Seasonal delicacies and the wafting aroma from the train's kitchen start up your appetite. Creamy pumpkin soup, drizzled with toasted pumpkin seeds. Rolled pork flank served next to a rich risotto and parmesan flakes. Chicken with chestnut stuffing and a golden mushroom sauce. Of course, the drink selection includes delicious Czech beers, locally called pivo, and one should always try out at least a sip of this fine brew when on the slow train to Prague. True, these red faux leather seats can't exactly be called plush, but the ambience is a warm change from the typically cold restaurant cabins on the other trains in Germany that don't often serve such worthy food. Sitting here, your table lit with the vintage lamp's glow, almost feels like a romantic trip back in time. The couple at the table beside you must think so as well. They are sharing a beer and a meal. They sit talking, laughing, facing the view together. A blur of passing birch trees creates a white blanket for mere seconds. Then, an elderly woman dressed in a sharp suit and a properly dyed coiffure enters with a young child. As they fit themselves into the next table, the waiter approaches yours. It's been a hard choice, but you've settled on the goulash with dumplings, a dry white wine, and a basket of bread. Your meal arrives shortly. Its rich, smoky paprika flavor is delightful. The warmth from the ceramic bowl you hold in your hands, perfectly welcomed. Outside, the setting sun is a touch lower now. Its colors have changed from amber gold to ultra pink. The little girl, perhaps 7 years of age, you guess, is showing her grandmother something interesting on her cell phone before they excitedly order a schnitzel for their lunch. When it arrives, you smile at the giant portion for such a small child. Her clear blue eyes grow wide with wonder. A schnitzel is an enormous slab of pork chop, breaded and deep fried. Hers is piled on a heap of buttery roasted potatoes. You can smell the meat's crunchy, crisp crust. There's a tiny sliver of romaine lettuce to pass for greens. As delicious as it looks, your own bowl of goulash is just as hearty. Underneath the sauce, chunky potatoes and bits of meat await. And when your meal is finally finished, you linger over the last sips of wine, the last colors of a sun dipping even lower. As the train chugs over old tracks, a new scene. It's darker outside now, and impossibly deeper shades of purple have emerged. Oh, it's really wonderful, the sky. The grandmother sighs. She motions to her child to take a look. Within seconds, that sky is fully charged with a fiery red, like flames splashed across the horizon as far as you all can see. The grandmother gasps again with wonder. The child's eyes are fixed on this nature, not at the phone or at her plate. You take in this inspiring moment. It certainly claims your attention. The brilliant sun has an energy so strong, so warm, so overpowering, it is making a silent statement of its glorious, undefeatable power. Its light pierces, penetrates, overwhelms. Now the entire restaurant cabin buzzes with joy and wonder, awe and reverence, as all the passengers stand up to take pictures of this beautiful moment. In truth, there really are no words to describe the scene before you. You are simply grateful to be in this moment. Movement, motion, meaning. So much that a simple train ride can gift you. Travel has existed for as long as human beings have found their footing and discovered a way to move. And yes, they will forever be seeking faster, more efficient ways to reach their destination. Yet, the ritual of sitting in a train and simply enjoying the journey, not rushing to get anywhere, is a pleasure all on its own. And not everyone may have this luxury of cherishing it. "What a gorgeous picture," says the grandmother, admiring her photo of the sunset. "I will add some filters before we share it with your mum." "No," the little girl pleads. "No filters, grandmother. This is nature. This is beautiful. This is perfect." Wise words from a small human, you ponder, smiling to yourself. Your gaze is fixed on the light, as if the train is chasing its last shimmers. The red spray lingers, a sky on fire. The train slows to a halt as passengers alight and new ones arrive. They shuffle with luggage and haul it over cold tracks before coming together for a warm embrace. As the movement of the cars is stalled, you realize that this here is another captured moment. The hug and kiss of those greeting their loved ones. Arrivals, departures, reunions. Reunions. Intimate moments on public display. And you find wonder again in being here to glimpse, to witness the sweetness of strangers in time. There is the long-awaited grand finale of a journey. The sigh of relief when the hardest part of a long-distance trip is over. When you fall into a loved one's embrace and know you are finally home. In the end, it doesn't really matter where in the world you are traveling, or the speed. It only matters that the motion, movement, memories take you there. That is why, if at any time you feel the urge, as the poet wrote, to part with time more reluctantly, perhaps the best place to do so is at a train station, or any terminal for that matter. As you observe the comings and goings of others, the rise and fall of scenery, the changing of trains and the shrinking of each building as you move farther and farther away, revel in it. The changing of light as the sun sets in your view. Now, the darkness of the evening is awash with the illumination of happy families, folk and friends reuniting. But what about the solo traveller? The one who has no one to greet and hug upon arrival? What about the ones who take the road less travelled and often find no partner to journey with? Emily Dickinson has penned a few words for them too. To travel far, there is no better ship than a book. If you are travelling alone in this way, you may likely find a book to be your best companion. It will be with you on the entire journey, and by the time you have arrived at your destination, you will have known its pages more intimately, and it will have known you in return. Look back on time with kindly eyes. He doubtless did his best. How softly sinks this trembling sun in human nature's west. Emily scribbled that tiny poem on the corner of a tattered envelope, possibly as a note to herself, perhaps as a message to us all. As darkness falls all around you, the train is on the move again, and it will arrive in Prague. You know that the final stop will be the start of yet another adventure, and the excitement for that, well, one can wait. So now, you leave the restaurant cabin, get cozy in your reserved seat, shut your book, and let your eyes droop. After a good, long meal, a nap seems in order. And with just a couple more hours on the clock, you assume the best thing you can do now is to follow the sun's lead, sinking into sleep. Oh, it will rise again tomorrow, you are sure of it, and you will arrive at your destination at the promised hour. No doubt. For this precious moment, you will give a little grace to the darkness outside the window, allowing it to gently wrap you in its shadow. There is a time for everything, and now is the time to sleep, to dream, to journey. Tomorrow is a new day, a new terminal, a brand new time. And as you sleep, recall these words of Emily Dickinson again. To shut our eyes is to travel.
Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a sleepy train journey through a serene landscape of summer meadows, swimming holes, and simmering campfires in the depths of mountain fields. Even with your eyes closed, you can tell that it is the height of summer. The hum of bumblebees mingles with the ever-present whoosh of tall, dry sweetgrass as it lazily brushes back and forth like a metronome in perfect motion. All is calm, and yet everything is fully and blissfully alive and in motion. The animals are content, frolicking and lounging and bathing in the sun. Some sneak through the grass, while others run at full speed, gracefully breezing through the meadows and prairies, as if they are a part of the wind itself. The bees are blissfully busy, buzzing from flower to flower to collect fresh pollen for their hive. When you slowly open your eyes, you find yourself gazing at a pop of yellow among the sea of green, purple, and blue flowers. It's a round, fuzzy bumblebee bumbling its way through the serene summer world. You watch in awe as it nuzzles against a stem of lupine right next to you. You can almost imagine how soft the petals are to the bee's touch, how magical it must feel to curl up in the embrace of the soft flowers. This close, you can see the sunshine glowing off of the plush, fuzzy hair of the bumblebee, known as as a pile. Its golden and black hairs glisten like rays of sunlight themselves have become trapped in there, leaving the world aglow anywhere the bee flies. You lay there for quite some time. The grass and flowers lap against your bare skin like waves lapping against a shore. You are surrounded by softness, encompassed by it. The flowers and grass stretch as far as your eyes can see, encasing you in this safe and welcoming bed of natural wonder. But as you lay there in your peaceful stupor, your dreamy pondering, you notice something rather strange. The buzz and rumble of the bumblebee is backed up by something else entirely, a deeper, more tangible rumbling. It takes you a moment to realize that it is the earth beneath you that is growling and shaking. You almost expect some long-forgotten giant to emerge from the soil with a long yawn and a warm smile. Then, another familiar sound echoes through your meandering meadow. It's a sound that makes you feel like you have been transported back in time. It's the chime of a train's bell, and beneath it, the rhythmic chug, 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 chug of its wheels spinning along the tracks. Glancing up through the curtains of plants sprouting from the earth around you, you can see a plume of pure white smoke drifting up into the baby blue sky. It is not just any train. It is a steam train. You slowly rise up to your knees in the soft loam beneath you. The train has just made its way into the meadow, gliding through it like a boat on water. The grasses and flowers ripple around it as it passes, and yet it doesn't feel destructive or industrial. It feels as if it is a welcome element of the landscape, just another piece warmly integrated in. For years, decades maybe, it seems as though things have been the same here. Birds sing, trees grow, bumblebees drift from flower to flower, and the ever-present train harmlessly glides through it all. You're so mesmerized by the sight that before you even realize what you're doing, you're already up on your feet. You wade through the grass as if the train has wrapped you in a spell, beckoning to you and urging you to come closer. You walk until your feet leave the soft padding of the soil and step onto a row of old cobblestones. Moss and grass pop up between the cracks in the long-forgotten pathway, creating a fairy tale path that fills you with a sense of safety when you step on it. The cobblestones are not only worn by time, but appear to be worn by the steps of hundreds, maybe thousands of people as they set off from here on journeys around the world. Perhaps they were starting new lives or visiting old ones. Maybe they were seeking out new lands to explore, new people to meet, old haunts to visit. And now, standing here, you have joined the history of people waiting to board this train and drift off somewhere else. Beneath your feet, some grass and moss has grown up over lettering in the stone. You slide your foot across it, gently, gently scraping it off, and in the process, revealing some words that erase your body, mind, and soul. Welcome, it reads. And though you aren't entirely sure where the train is going, you do, indeed, feel welcome. Just as the words etched in the stone are revealed to you, the train rumbles, rumbles, rumbles to a stop just before you. The train itself is a sleek, breathtaking blend of mahogany with gold accents, accents that look like they've been painstakingly crafted by a steady, loving hand. Every detail on the train appears to have been carefully thought out and made with love and care. Soon after the train has come to a stop, seemingly just for you, the doors slide open with a metallic, breathy puff of air as the locks are released. With the rush of the door opening, a gust of fragrant aromas from aboard the train wash over you. There are so many delightful scents that you can't even begin to make them all out. There's a citrusy zing of lemons mixed with sugar, the tang and sweetness of rhubarb, the grassy balm of fresh greens, and there, hidden beneath it all, you swear you can smell the sticky sweet scent of peaches plucked right off of a tree. Aglow in the light of the door, a woman glides down the steps to meet you. Her attire is red and black, an old-timey button-up costume that is from an era, a time that you're not entirely sure ever even existed. Her dark black coils bounce and glisten in the sun, only making her amber eyes glow with warmth even more. Her mere presence puts you at ease, and as she begins to speak, her voice does as well. Welcome aboard, my sweet passenger. Please, follow me and join us for the summer serenity soiree, she chimes. She extends her white-gloved hand to you with that same warm smile. You take her hand, trusting in her and the journey she's about to take you on. She ushers you down the red-carpeted row of train compartments. Mahogany tables and rich velvet-lined booths stare back at you. Some are piled high with delicious plates of meals and desserts, while others clink with the tap of ice-filled pitchers of sweet tea and lemonade. Everyone is smiling, but no one is looking at you. They're all too taken by the view of the summer day outside, by the stretch of the meadows, the brightness of the flowers, the color of the landscape. The attendant welcomes you to your booth with a flourish. If you need anything at all, just ring that bell and myself or another member of the team will be with you shortly. You thank her softly. The elegance of the train puts you in a state of gentleness. She seems to immediately understand where your energy lies. She grins, nods, and gives you one last parting word. Enjoy your journey. As soon as the train begins to take off, you have no doubt that you will. The rhythmic chug, chug, chug of the tracks rocks you like a child safe in a cradle. A pamphlet in front of you beckons to you. Summer Serenity Soiree is written across the front in beautiful bold letters. Inside, the pamphlets welcome you to a train ride through the most serene landscapes the summer has to offer. Landscapes across the wilds of the country that will connect you with your childhood glee and remind you of the beauty of being here, of being alive. You gaze out the window at the first breathtaking scene. It is the same meadow you were just in, only from here, it looks entirely different. You can see where the edges of the forest lap against the swaying fields of flowers and grass. The forests are blankets of shadow with streams of light flickering down through the dense foliage, illuminating the forest floor in beams that feel like something out of a fairy tale. From this angle, the grass seems to sway and dance even more. You can watch it moving in perfect motion as the breeze ripples across the grass, starting from the south and continuing up, up, up through the north to the forest on the other side. You let out a sigh of peace and contentment that is elevated to another place of pure joy when you spot a tawny figure gracefully flitting through the sea of flowers. A doe and her fawn spring through the meadow without a care in the world. The mother's ears and tail flick as she runs gracefully and cheerfully. The fawn, although less coordinated, shares her mother's enthusiasm. She leaps and bounds across the meadow, and you wonder if, perhaps, this is her first time. The speckles on her coat are like dots of moonlight that have rained down on her soft fur. With every jump, they tense and relax along her flank, like stars moving across a night sky. The sight of the deer in the meadow reminds you of how much beauty there is to embrace in the world. The deer have no modern conveniences, no language that we know, no books or movies or entertainment. They only have what the world gives them. They have the feeling of the soil under their hooves, the rush of the wind blowing over their fur, the smell of the world around them that is full of endless potential. The sun above them warms them, the dark night sky cools them, and the grass that is now their playpen will soon be their bed for a peaceful night's sleep. They embrace summer in its entirety, seeing the joy emanating from the simplicity of them simply running through a field makes you feel as though you understand summer just a little bit more. Slowly, the train meanders away from the floral meadow of your dreams. The turn in the track guides you toward an entirely new world, one that you have a feeling you will love just as deeply. You glide through a narrow passage between tall mountain peaks. The mountains themselves seem to brush against the bright blue sky, and to your surprise, the tops of them are still slick with the white of snowfall. Even in the dead of summer, the high altitudes are cloaked in their blanket of snow. But that only makes you smile more. To see the chilly snow so high above you as you sail through a world of warmth and butterflies flitting by your window only reminds you of how diverse and exciting the world can be. You see hikers on the ridge of the mountains, gradually making their way to the peaks. You imagine families heading out on adventures together. Surely, the people you are seeing now are weaving together stories that will be the foundation of their future. Perhaps there are couples falling more deeply in love, siblings reconciling, children learning to love the outdoors for the very first time. Getting outside during summer is a special thing that brings us all that much closer to our true humanity, and witnessing it firsthand only fills you with more hope for the world. Slowly, you emerge out of the towering valley of mountains. What lies before you fills your heart with joy. There, aglow in the light of the golden sun, is a lake. It extends between the mountains, a plain of blue amongst a bowl of green and granite. White lines ripple across the lake. Surely boaters, tubers, and jet skiers sailing across the waves, laughing and smiling as they do so. The train tracks meander along this lake, tucked behind the trees just enough to give those on the lake their privacy, but to give you the beautiful view of the lake that you crave. In the summer, there is something magical about the lakes. The sun shines on the smooth waves like diamonds, constantly flickering and glittering as they move with the pine-tinged breeze. The laughter of family and friends echoes across the waves, mingling with the steady, reassuring rumble of boat motors and kayak paddles sinking beneath the water. The air on the lake is notably different. There is nothing but the smell of the wild here, the aroma of pine trees, of cool water, of flowers and fruits and tomato vines growing in lakeside gardens. Every family embraces the lake in their own way. Some gather around barbecues, talking and laughing with one another. Others splash in the waves, chasing and playing with one another. And then There are those who are just simply enjoying some restful peace. They float in tubes and lounge on the end of docks, floating up and down with the rhythm of the waves. You can feel the sun on your skin through the window as they feel the sun on theirs from behind the edges of the clouds. It is the perfect place to embrace summer in all of its potential, in all of its abundance. Just as you're thinking about the abundance of summer, the woman who met you at the door glides to your side. She slowly hands you cloche after cloche and a pitcher, as well as a single sunflower in a vintage vase. She tells you with a coy smile to enjoy your summer-inspired meal as you take in the scenery. The spread before you makes your mouth water. It truly embraces the freshness of summer, the tastiness of the ingredients that the rich land has to offer during this bountiful time of year. A vibrant green salad sits before you. Walnuts and peaches pepper the tops of the locally sourced leaves, leaves that you know come straight from the earth with nothing but human hands touching them. You take a bite with intention, savoring the compounding flavors on your tongue. The slightly bitter leaves are made sweeter by the ripe, juicy tang of the peach. The nuttiness of the walnuts encourages you to dive in for another bite. There's a lemon scone topped with sprinkled sugar. You can imagine some grandmother somewhere whipping up that lemon icing and sprinkling on the sugar with her porch windows open. There's lemonade with mint. The refreshing ice cubes clink, clink, clink in the glass, even with how gentle the train's motion is. You snack on the beautiful food before you. Summer is not only a time to refuel our souls in nature, but to refuel our stomachs as well. The abundance of fruits and vegetables and grains and nuts this time of year is truly remarkable. As you gaze out at families splashing in the water, relaxing on the shore, and huddled around piles of fresh food, a smile crosses your face. There are lifelong memories being made there in the summer sun, ones that you know will never be forgotten. The train continues chugging along. You watch as the relaxing lake fades from your view. In the distance, you can make out the craggy coastline ahead of you. It looks like the coast of Oregon or Ireland. Tall cliffs and bluffs look out over the sea with long, rolling meadows above them. There are sprigs of flowers, blue and yellow and purple ones that thrive in the salty sea air. After all, it is not summer without the beach. And though people are not lounging down in the sand, they are doing something that is almost as magical. Dozens of people lounge on the grass, overlooking the ocean on colorful blankets. Many of them are cuddled together with a bottle of sparkling cider, laughing as they pull more treats out of picnic baskets. Some kids run through the sweet grass, tagging one another and chasing after butterflies all around them. You watch one young woman who appears to be alone. She lounges back on a white blanket with a book. Her ginger hair flits in the ocean spray as she takes a long, deep breath of the air. Though she is alone there, she is completely at peace. The sounds, smells, and scenes of summer are there with her, reminding her how beautiful it is to be here. Some people nap on their blankets in each other's embrace. You can almost imagine the warmth of the sun beaming down on you as your partner's fingers intertwined with yours. It is almost too warm, but the steady gusts of ocean breeze whisk away any discomfort, keeping you at the perfect temperature to lounge peacefully. You continue along this coastal route for quite some time. There are sleepy seaside towns buzzing with tourists, farmers' markets on cobblestone streets where locals sell their abundant wares, hidden alleyways where kids on vacation scamper around, trading secrets and giggling with newfound friends from all over the world as they see what harmless trouble they can get into. You want to pause time as you pass through the towns. They seem to be a perfect slice of what life is, of the life you want to keep in your heart every day. The feeling of community, the feeling of connection to the land, the feeling of laughing with the summer sun and ocean spray on your face. Gradually, those ocean towns disappear behind you, and dusk begins to fall. This time of year, it is even more magical than most. As the sky transforms from blue to pink, to purple, to orange, to dark, deep indigo, little lights emerge from the grass as if to mimic the stars overhead. Fireflies float through the expansive meadows. They glisten and sparkle in sparks of wonder, making you do a double take almost everywhere you look. Mixed in with the sight of the fireflies, you hear the sounds of summer. The crickets and peepers sing into the world, content and understood. Their melodic cries are the soundscape of the cool summer nights that are just warm enough to slip out of the house without a coat, but just cool enough so the touch of the grass on your feet elicits a sigh of relief. The rhythm of the cricket calls and peeper peeps somehow matches the rhythm of the train. There's the chirp, chirp, peep, peep, and the rumble, rumble, rumble of the train wheels below you, like a drying, tumbling out soft clothes. You smile and close your eyes as you take in this unique soundtrack that feels like it's playing just for you. You find yourself reflecting on the day. You're reminded of the joy and carefree nature of the deer bounding through the meadow. You're reminded of the hikers making memories and taking in new perspectives from the top of mountains. Your mind drifts back to the families on the lake, laughing, relaxing, and bonding. You can almost taste the fresh fruit, lemonade, and vegetables on your tongue from lunch. Summer's abundance all around you. And most of all, you find yourself journeying back to those seaside towns and coastal meadows, meadows where lovers lounged and talked about the future and the past, towns where friendships were forged, where memories were made, where local businesses were supported. You think of the sleepy towns full of cobblestone streets and homemade wares and the smell of freshly baked rhubarb pie with recipes that have been passed down for generations. And for generations, people have been enjoying summer the very same way. The smells, tastes, and feeling of summer has not changed, no matter how much we have. In the warmth of the summer rays and summer memories, you can find comfort, no matter where you are and no matter what season it is. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a sleepy train journey through the amber woods of the Appalachians. Before you realize where you are soothed by the feeling of brisk, damp air as it calms your body and fills your lungs. The air tastes of mist and wild countryside, of untamed forests, wildflower meadows, and cozy knots in trees that woodland creatures are tucked away in to keep warm. There is a low haze hanging in the air, a haze that engulfs the landscape around you like a filter, giving everything a mythical, dreamlike look. And that is truly incredible, considering the landscape around you already has a dreamlike quality to it. You are deep within a forest somewhere, seemingly far, far removed from society and the hustle and bustle of the city. Here, you feel a weightless freedom from your obligations. There is nothing expected of you here. There are no rules here. You can simply stand here in the mist and breathe it in and breathe it out, daydreaming about what life is really about. All around you, the vast and dense forest is awash in a mosaic of warm and neutral hues. There are scarlet leaves, marigold leaves, amber leaves, mahogany leaves, even a few emerald leaves that are still clinging to the last bits of warm summer weather and sunshine. Mixed in with the deciduous trees, there is a peppering of pines and a sprinkling of cedars, just enough to remind you of the diversity of this brilliant landscape and the plants and trees within it. In a few short months, those pines and cedars will be coated in a fluffy layer of snow that chickadees will be nestled upon, nibbling on bright red berries. But for now, they are basking in the mist of this cool autumn afternoon. Before you, a stream laces through the thick forest. It looks like an artist has taken a smooth brush and painted the water across the landscape in one fell swoop. The stream is like glass, moving so slowly, it almost looks as if it isn't moving at all. It reflects the sky above you, which is a swirl of gray and slate and white. The clouds overhead are dark and massive, so much so that they look ethereally close to you, like you can reach out and brush your fingers through the heavens above. But the forest and the sky and the river aren't the only stunning thing before you. Though you are in the midst of the forest, you are not standing on dirt or soil. Oddly enough, you are standing on cobblestones. A cobblestone train platform, to be exact. There is a tiny shelter on the platform whose color matches the forest around you. The paint is a brilliant mustard yellow that blends into the landscape with pops of beige and brown and orange that make it look as if it was plucked out of a coming-of-age movie. There is an antique clock ticking away at the top of the shelter. It appears to be wrought iron, but it has a cozy, magical, somehow welcoming quality to it that makes you feel safe, at peace, like you are in a storybook that has been written just for you. You walk up onto the platform to discover you have it all to yourself. The cobblestones below you are breathtaking, a lazy labyrinth of moss and plants pop up in between the stones, reminding you just how far removed from society this soothing spot seriously is. Old train tracks run in front of you. In between each rung, there is a bed of plants that seems to have been growing for quite some time. It makes the whole area feel especially quaint. A place that has been lost in time and has reappeared just for you. Slowly, rain begins to drizzle down from the sky above. It dances across the cobblestones, filling the air with that aroma of fresh rain, that aroma that is unlike any other. You breathe the air deeply, drinking it with abandon and feeling it breathe revitalization into you. But just as you exhale, you hear something rather peculiar. Since you first arrived, all you have been hearing is the steady sound of birds chirping, warning one another of the coming rain. But now you hear a ding that sounds a bit like an old-timey cash register. You turn, and in the corner of the shelter, you notice something you hadn't noticed before. There is a small ticket dispenser that looks a bit like a machine that belongs on a farm or at a carnival, and there is a ticket hanging out of it. You approach the strange, worn little machine and take the ticket from the dispenser. It is warm in your hands, and not only that, it is glowing. A small gold light radiates across the ticket as ink begins to form on it like magic. You hold the edges of the ticket in your damp fingertips as the words come to life. In the dark black ink, on worn pulp paper, it reads, "Round trip ticket, autumn abundance." You flip the ticket over in your smooth hands, wondering what exactly is the meaning of it. It is still warm to the touch, and the golden light is flickering just around the edges now, like the sun trying to peek out from behind the clouds. You wonder if a train is truly going to come, and soon your question is answered. In the distance, you hear the steady drone of a train approaching. It chugs, chugs, chugs along, its wheels gliding along with ease, shaking the iron tracks ever so slightly. Steam billows from the smokestack on the top of the train, and the painting on the sides of the train draws a delighted gasp from your lips. It looks like something out of a fairy tale. It is red and black, a distinctive look you've only ever seen in movies. Its old world charm mystifies you in the most miraculous way, and you can't help but step up to the line to see it a bit closer. After winding through the mist and the trees, sending up those daydreamy billows, you are almost expecting a wizard to step off the train as it stops at your little station. But as it rolls to a stop, you don't see a soul on board. In fact, as the train doors open, you are surprised by who is waiting for you. A gray squirrel sits atop a pedestal by the door. It's dressed in an old red velvet conductor's cap, and it gazes at you with its brown eyes as if it can completely and totally understand anything you're about to say. The squirrel nods at you and reaches its tiny, fluffy paw out. Unsure of what exactly to do, you hand the squirrel the ticket with a brow raised. The squirrel inspects the ticket quickly, flipping it over a time or two before it nods with a look of satisfaction. It takes all you have not to gasp at how adorable the squirrel's fluffy, velvety gray fur is. The squirrel grabs a tiny hole puncher with the other hand and punches your ticket before handing it back to you. Rather ostentatiously, the squirrel motions for you to continue on the train to find a seat. The compartments aboard the train are like a dream. In fact, the interior of the train itself is a dream. The walls are lined with rich, dark mahogany that gives the entire space a luxurious, antique, cozy feel. There is a short carpet beneath your feet with an ornate ruby design, and all the seats and furnishings are in warm shades as well. The inside of the train is just as warm and inviting as the forest you were in outside. With no one else on the train, you decide to settle into the most plush, comfortable booth you can find. You plop down on the cozy cushion, which you sink into with ease. The moment you sit down and get comfortable, the train begins to move along. It moves slowly, intentionally. This is not a train to get somewhere. It is a train to experience something. And from up here, you are experiencing the autumn forest in a whole new light. Level with the leaves of the trees, you are now engulfed by the sea of orange, yellow, and red in a way you never thought possible. It feels like you are flying through the leaves, drifting through them, untethered and free like a bird sailing on through. In fact, from up here, you can see some of the birds as they go about their intricate, unique lives in the lush branches around them. As you gaze out at the incredible sea of sunflower and amber, a fluffy, fuzzy blur darts by your window. You follow the blur as it lands on a branch just beyond the window of the comfortable, cozy train. A black-capped chickadee stares back at you, its round, black little eyes glistening like a shimmering tourmaline in what little sunlight can make its way through the rainy clouds. Black-capped chickadees are unique birds, utterly beautiful even in their simplicity. They are round and plush, like tiny stuffed animals that have been brought to life and dropped in the trees. Its white chest slowly turns to a warm buff color as you follow it down towards the chickadee's delicate legs, which are clinging to a moss-covered branch just beyond the glass. Its feathers are a mix of slate, dark gray, and a sooty black that matches the color of its head and beak. There is something sleek and beautiful about the chickadee, and as it turns its head at you, you can't help but smile. It takes off, fluttering through the sky gracefully, narrowly skirting around leaves without a care in the world. You watch as the chickadee dives down into the soft, evergreen grass below. It hops with each step, barely clearing the blades of grass it is wading its way through. It pecks down at the grass in purposeful, elegant little motions, coming back up with seeds that you can just barely see hanging out of its black beak. Looking satisfied, the chickadee takes back off into the trees. With the flap of its wings, it sends the soft, fluffy grass fluttering in different directions like a gust from a windstorm. The chickadee sails effortlessly into the branches just ahead of you. It happily jumps along the branch, flapping its wings slightly, almost as if it is dancing in celebration. Then, to your surprise, the chickadee stuffs some of the seeds in a knot in the tree. It covers them with a few leaves and some debris, carefully using its beak and feet to pat it down. It hops down the branch, grabbing hold of some bright red berries that seem to have just ripened on the end. Against the chickadee's black beak, the red berries seem to shine. The chickadee takes off from the branch, the berries still in its mouth. It swoops just by the window of the train, following along with you as you continue your sleepy saunter down the tracks. It glides so close to you that you desperately want to reach your fingers out and brush its soft feathers. But you know this is an act so beautiful that you can't interrupt it. The chickadee lands safely at the base of a tree, and, just like it did on the branches high above, it finds a knot and buries the berries inside it. Once the berries are safely in place, the chickadee puffs up its feathers and takes to the skies once more, heading off into the distance beyond the forest of autumn trees. Chickadees live in cool climates where winters can be extremely unforgiving with little food sources. To combat this, chickadees spend autumn stocking up on food and eating as much as they can. In addition, they gather seeds, berries, and insects and hide them across the forest. Many animals do this, but few actually remember where they have hidden the food. Chickadees are incredibly intelligent and easily remember where they have left their meals. Even on the coldest, snowiest days, when branches are blanketed in snow and the sky is as gray and cold as the dark side of the moon, the chickadees are able to find the food they've hidden and feast like it's the middle of summer. The train continues on as you leave the precious little chickadee alone. You cuddle up in your seat, holding your legs to your chest for comfort and warmth. You are plenty comfortable in the plush seat of this marvelous train, but curling up into yourself makes it feel even better. You listen to the wheels of the train and the sound of the rain pitter-pattering on the glass window just beside you. The steady mechanical rhythm of the train has a soothing effect unlike any other. Leaning back against the soft seat, you can practically feel the train moving with the motions. The steady chug, chug, chug as the train presses forward, winding along the tracks and descending deeper and deeper into the lush forest all around you. The sound of the wheels churning and all the mechanical aspects of the train moving in perfect unison to propel you on this joyous journey lulls you closer and closer to a state of total and complete relaxation. You're not sure you've ever felt this incredible before. The train rounds a corner on the tracks and slowly begins to descend down a small slope into a valley below. The valley is nestled between two rocky peaks that rise high into the gray sky. As you glide down slowly into the valley, you find yourself staring at a landscape that is similar to the one you were just in, but somehow wildly different and even more beautiful. The trees are sparser now as you enter a long stretch of what appears to have been farmland long, long ago. Meadows stretch on either side to the base of those rocky mountains and are crisscrossed by stone fences from many, many decades ago. The stone fences were clearly made by hand, a wobbly crisscross of pens that are now covered in thick, plush moss with trees sprouting out every couple of feet. The fields themselves are speckled with clusters of trees, autumn trees that seem to be even brighter than the trees you saw in the forest moments ago. Some of the fields are amber, a brilliant contrast to the gray skies overhead. They sway in the breeze, dancing like a stunning moving canvas. You watch them for a long moment, breathing in the aroma of them as they move side to side. It smells of earth hay, rich and warm. It reminds you of pumpkin patches as a kid, of fall decorations lining a cozy town, of fresh apple pie coming out of a toasty oven. On the other side of these expansive meadows, a green field stretches alongside the rock walls. The grass there is wild, peppered with the last wildflowers of summer that have managed to hold on as the days get cooler and cooler. A few stray leaves from trees roll across the field. In yet another field, a garden is abundant with crops. Autumn is a time of abundance, a time of harvest and joy. You are reminded on this journey that the stunning landscape does not just provide beauty and a sense of belonging. It provides everything we need to live. Bright orange pumpkins grow, big and ripe at the edge of the field. Their green curling vines descend into the healthy soil below, rich soil that is helping them grow big. Behind them, squash blossoms in neat rows. You can practically taste the roasted squash and the soups as you gaze over the harvest. You lean your head out the window into the rain just a tad, just to drink the freshness of the air outside. The smell of the rain on the soil sends a warm relaxation tumbling through your body. Your muscles relax even more, and your heart slows in your chest, just like it nourishes the plants and the soil. The rain, too, nourishes you. You slowly move past the farm, heading toward the edge of this meadow. As you do, your eye catches something else remarkable. In the center of the field, a beautiful orange fox glances over its shoulder at you. It may be one of the most graceful and stunning animals you've ever seen. Its fluffy tail pops against the green grass, and its kind, soft eyes burrow deep into your soul. It is the epitome of an autumn animal. Here, it is hunting in the field, looking for food to stock up on before winter comes. And even as it does that, it looks like a thing of beauty, like poetry coming to life. Its fluffy tail swishes with each step, and the elegance it possesses makes it look like it's flying over the grass. You watch the fox bound through the field with ease. Just as it reaches the tree line, it looks over its shoulder at you once more. It's as if it is bidding you farewell, sending you on your journey as it continues on hers. Slowly, you pull up to a small station. It is nearly identical to the one you started from when you began this journey not all that long ago. With a smile, feeling utterly refreshed, you step off the train into the soft rain. There is an umbrella waiting under the shelter for you, and in the distance, you can see the farm stand for the garden that you drove by. You pop the umbrella up over your head and watch the train continue on. With a healed heart and a hopeful mind, you head toward the farm stand, wondering what autumn abundance awaits you there. Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a calming train journey through the enchanting scenery of the late Cretaceous period. We will safely ride alongside dinosaurs as they roam the wild and wonderful landscape. We will learn about their habits, biology, and fossils, all the while we enjoy the comforts of our lush and fabulous train compartment. Although your eyes are closed, you already have some idea of where you are. You can feel a soft, gentle drizzle washing over your face and your hands. You can feel each droplet of water as it lands on your skin and rolls off, landing softly in the grass below your feet. Despite the rain, the air is warm, and it is buzzing with humidity. You can hear trees and leaves rustling all around you in the breeze as the rain dances over them as well. But the most beautiful sound of all is the sound of water tumbling over rocks and around river bends. The river before you is certainly not a mighty one, but as you open your eyes, you can see how beautiful it is. You are deep within the rainforest, but not the rainforests of the Amazon or Australia. No, these are the rainforests of the Pacific Northwest. Perhaps you are somewhere in Oregon, or Washington, or Vancouver, although things as trivial as borders don't seem to matter when you're in a place as magical and connected to nature as this is. There is beauty in the lushness of the rainforests that are found here, but there is also something about them that feels wild and prehistoric. Ferns blanket the mossy earth where old rocks and fossils are buried, waiting to be uncovered. Hundreds of different species of vines and climbing plants wind their way up ancient trees, striving to reach what little sunlight is streaming from the top, dozens of feet away. The forest is so thick that it's hard to see far ahead, and yet you feel safe and protected. Though you cannot see the whole forest, nor all of its hidden inhabitants, this notion does not bother you. You know there is beauty to be found in the unknown there, that there are mysteries to be discovered, and ancient past to be uncovered. You take a step into the dense forest, savoring the feeling of soft, rain-brushed leaves caressing your skin as you weave around tall trees and plants to try and get deeper into this rainforest. You continue treading, putting your hand in front of you to sweep the branches and leaves out of the way. There's a rhythm to it as you step, extend your hand, and sweep. A steady rhythm that makes it feel like you are wading through a sea of plants, gliding through them with ease. With each brush of your hand, the brilliant fragrance of the plants rises up and engulfs you. The ferns and other plants have a breathtaking mix of scents that wash over you in a wave. A refreshing mint aroma, a soothing cinnamon, an earthy and invigorating pine and cedar. With each wave, you seem to uncover a new layer of the scent and find yourself becoming more and more relaxed. But soon, your waiting is interrupted by something remarkable. For quite some time, you have seen nothing but the beautiful expanse of trees and plants before you. But now, you sweep plants aside and find yourself approaching a clearing in the center of this dense, and wonderful forest. You step into the center of the clearing. Once again, the rain begins to fall over you, landing in delicate droplets on your hands, your face, your chest. They mix with the aroma of the plant oils on your skin, filling the air with an invigorating mix of scents and the unique smell of the rain itself. In the center of the clearing, there is a small wooden building, not something you would expect to see this far in the woods, but even more peculiar. There are train tracks running just in front of the building. It takes you a moment to realize that you are looking at a rustic train station. The building itself has 3 worn sides atop a small raised platform. The roof of the train station is blanketed with a thick layer of moss that glistens with the heavy droplets of rain in a breathtaking way. It makes the whole train station appear as if it is glowing, and it makes your heart skip a beat simply by looking at it. You approach the train station. It feels like you are floating in a dream. Each footstep on the wet soil gentle and slow. You gaze around the clearing for a moment, wondering who else could possibly use this train station. Who was it built for? And what kind of trains would come to a place this remote, this far from society? What use did it have? You climb the old wooden steps of the train station. They creak with every step you take. Old soil and fallen leaves tumble off the planks as you climb up, leaving a cloud of dust and plants in your wake. The platform is simple, yet pleasantly colorful. There is a bench painted a vibrant mustard in the center of the platform, shielded beneath a strong section of the roof. Holes in the roof let bursts of rain tumble through the ceiling and soak the wood boards below, giving the whole space an even more ethereal feeling. And as if the train platform in the middle of the rainforest wasn't strange enough, the posters on the wall of the station are. There are posters of dinosaurs adorning the faded wooden walls of the platform. They are not childish renderings, nor modern ones. They look like they have been plucked from Victorian-era books, scrawled on faded brown scrolls with precious ink and quill. There is information scrawled in cursive around the dinosaurs, describing where they are from and what their habits are. For a moment, you look over them, taking in every few words, because really, your mind is caught on why this place exists. Just as you finish reading the last line on one of the posters, there is a distinct rumbling in the distance of the forest. You stand still. listening intently as the rumble grows and grows. At first, you wonder if it is thunder in this otherwise gentle rainstorm. But when you turn, you notice smoke is rising from somewhere in the forest. And not just smoke from a fire, moving smoke, a plume of it that appears to be rising from a vehicle. A train emerges through the thick forest like magic, and my, is it a thing of beauty. It is an old steam train with a large iron grate on the front and intricate moldings and designs adorning its metalwork. That smoke rises from the front of the train as it chugs along the tracks, its bright red sides glistening in what little sun has managed to make its way through the thick clouds overhead. You turn and gaze at the train, shocked that it had emerged from seemingly nowhere to grace you with its presence out here. The train rumbles to a stop just before you at the end of the platform. It brings a gust of warm wind with it that rustles your warm coat and hair. You stand there for a moment, gazing up at the glowing, warm lights of the train windows. The train makes you feel safe and welcomed, even in the uncertainty surrounding its existence. You reach forward to knock on the door, eager to get some answers to the questions that you have. But just as your hand is about to reach the door, it opens. A kind-eyed man looks down at you with a smile. He is not dressed like a train conductor, nor a train worker. He is dressed like an archaeologist or field worker of some kind. He pulls his hands out of the pockets of his khaki shorts and rolls up the long sleeves of his breathable hiking shirt. On his head, he wears a wide-brimmed hat that he surely uses to protect himself from the sun. He looks a lot like a character out of an archaeology movie, or perhaps a dinosaur movie. "Ah, we were hoping you would be here. May I see your ticket, please?" he asks, his voice as warm and comforting as honey on a drizzly day. You smile up at the man with a bit of uncertainty and tell him that you don't have a train ticket, whatever train it may be. He smiles and chuckles to himself before he motions to your coat pocket and chimes, "I believe if you check your pockets, you will find exactly what you need there." You reach into your pocket, and sure enough, you feel the smooth paper of a ticket in the palm of your hand. You pull the ticket out, unsure of how it got there, but mesmerized by the fact that it did. You turn it over in your hands to see, written plain as day and in soft black ink, "The Cretaceous Express." Before you have a chance to ask any questions, the man in the hat takes the ticket from you with a gleeful smile. "Wonderful," he exclaims. With a trained hand, he quickly snips the corner of your ticket with a hole puncher. Then, with an ostentatious air, he steps aside and motions for you to step onto the train. "Welcome aboard. I have a feeling you are going to love it here." You walk past him, buzzing with anticipation for whatever ride you are about to embark on. On your way past, you notice his gilded name tag, which reads Ron, with a smiley face at the end. You turn into the main compartment of the train, and immediately you find yourself breathless in the best way possible. The train is absolutely stunning. The walls are made of thick, beautifully rich mahogany. The seats are upholstered in rich, deep red velvet that pops against the dark wood. The exterior walls consist of floor-to-ceiling glass windows. There are tables between the chairs that are intricately carved with designs you can't quite make out as you walk down the compartment to the seat listed on your ticket, 4E. You sit down in the comfortable seat and lean back, embracing the way your body sinks into the plush chair. Around you, there are a few other people. They all give you a polite head nod of acknowledgement and a smile, welcoming you aboard this strange little train. Now closer to the table, you are able to make out the designs on it. They appear to be dinosaurs of all kinds. Dinosaurs that are mixed in with tropical plants and ferns. You run your fingers over the carvings, appreciating the artistry and the obvious fondness for these creatures that is so noticeable in this wood. Just as your fingers leave the wood, the train begins to move. Everyone looks out of their windows in anticipation, leaning up against the glass with smiles on their faces. To your surprise, Ron steps out into the aisle, adjusting his hat and drawing everyone's attention to himself. He gestures to both sides in greeting of everyone and cheerfully announces, "Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Cretaceous Express. I will be your guide as we take this long, wonderful journey into the past, to the late Cretaceous period." Rounds of applause echo from all sides of the train, but you hesitate, unsure if Ron is being serious or not. Your question is answered only seconds later, when a shadow washes over the train car, and a flash of light follows only moments later. When the light fades, you turn and look out at a landscape that is similar, but somehow vastly different from our own. The plants look like primitive versions of modern ones. Ferns are king, stretching as far as the eye can see in this seemingly temperate climate. There are flowering plants peppering the light green and emerald grass, flowers of red, orange, pink, and yellow. There isn't a house or building or man-made structure anywhere in sight, because they don't exist yet. Around you, there are a few trees that rise so tall they seem to brush the baby blue sky high overhead. The trees look similar to the ones you'd see in a forest today. Early versions of oak trees, magnolia trees, boxwood trees. There are a few tiny differences between them, but it is almost impossible to deny that they are related to one another. The land is vast, wild, and beautiful. Each flowering tree or plant you pass seems to be more beautiful than the last. Ron steps up and begins to tell you about the plants you are seeing and the magical world you are witnessing. The Cretaceous period was the longest period of the Mesozoic era. It started 145 million years ago and lasted until about 66 million years ago. Throughout the course of the Cretaceous period, there were dozens of fascinating, life-altering changes that took place on Earth. The continents began to drift away from each other. India detached from Africa and drifted in the direction of Asia. The Americas were gradually moving westward, causing the Atlantic Ocean to expand. In the southern hemisphere, Australia and Antarctica seem to have remained connected and began to drift away from Africa and South America. Europe was an island chain. The Cretaceous period was also a period of temperature fluctuations. While the climate was warmer than present, throughout the period a cooling trend is evident. The tropics became restricted to equatorial regions, and northern latitudes experienced markedly more seasonal climatic conditions. This was also the time where flowering plants first appeared and began to spread across the landscape. Trees sprouted from the earth in much greater diversity, and by the end of this period, grass appeared. Turf on the soil strengthened it and made it more fertile, allowing for seeds and a larger biodiversity of not just plants, but mammals. Just as Ron finishes explaining this to you, he smiles and motions out the window, like this Ripanomamus to the right here. You follow his gaze out the window and are shocked to see a strange creature bumbling through the foliage there. It is a fluffy, large mammal, strikingly similar to a Tasmanian devil. Ron explains that this is Ripanomamus, the largest known mammal of the Cretaceous period. We don't know a lot about them from fossils, but what we do know is that they were predators who were short and fairly clumsy. They weren't able to move quickly, so some scientists believe that they were mainly scavengers. They are also the only known mammal to have eaten dinosaurs. You watch the Rhipinomymus waddle its way through the underbrush, not even bothering to give your train the slightest glance. It appears to be sniffing the air, surely tracking something or looking for its next meal. It amazes you to see something that existed so long ago walking through the world like any other creature would. But suddenly, the Rhipinomymus takes off into the brush, rushing with a bit more urgency. Ron smiles one more time as he looks out the window. And speaking of dinosaurs, it appears that we have our first one here, he chimes. The whole train car turns to look out the window, and what they see is one of the most recognizable dinosaurs to ever walk the earth. You know what it is before Ron says it, and the fact that you are seeing one floods your body with warmth. It's a Triceratops. It is a lone one, standing in a meadow to the side of the train. The wheels creak as the train comes to a steady rest on the tracks. You put your hands up on the glass of the window, mesmerized by the creature that is standing before you. It is nearly 30 feet long, much bigger than you ever could have imagined before seeing one in person. And despite its size and the 3 horns on its head, you feel safe near it. It has a visibly docile nature as it leans down to munch on cycads and ferns surrounding it. It moves and chews at a slow, steady pace, one that instills serenity and peace in the ever-present rhythm of life. Ron explains that the name Triceratops means 3-horn face, but Triceratops didn't actually have 3 horns. They had 2 horns on the top of their head and a shard of keratin on the end of their nose, which many people wrongly believe is a horn. The keratin shard would not have been useful in fighting, and some scientists believe their normal horns wouldn't be either. It is unknown what exactly Triceratops used their horns for, but someday, scientists hope to figure it out. Triceratops are a frequently found fossil in the western United States and Canada, so new information is uncovered about them fairly often. You continue on from the Triceratops, watching over your shoulder as the train carries on. The Triceratops reaches over and grabs a palm frond, eating it easily with its dozens of teeth. But it isn't long before you encounter another dinosaur. As the train chugs along the tracks, entering a thin forest full of trees that are similar to oak trees, Ron laughs and points up. You look up through the glass roof of the train, and the creature hovering over you takes your breath away. At first, you assume it's a Brachiosaurus. It completely towers over the train with a long, slender neck and a body similar to an elephant's. It nonchalantly grabs hold of leaves, taking off entire branches with ease. But Ron tells you all it isn't a Brachiosaurus because they were found in the Jurassic period. This is an Alamosaurus, a similar herbivore, which happens to be the largest dinosaur known to have lived in North America. It is a gentle giant that peacefully ate leaves, though little more is known about it aside from its diet. You watch in awe for quite some time as the Alamosaurus dines on leaves, eating an entire tree's worth in only a matter of minutes. It is a graceful creature, one that you cannot believe you have the privilege of watching. Slowly, the train continues on. Ron tells you that there will be more creatures on the horizon, but that for some time, you will just be driving through the forest. You turn on your side and cozy up as you gaze out the window. The trees passing by and the wild forests of the Cretaceous period look like something out of a painting. You feel at peace, comforted by Ron's knowledge and the beauty of the landscape. Ever so slowly, the rumble of the train and the steady rhythm of its motion lulls you closer and closer to sleep. You know that if anything comes, Ron will awaken you. But for now, you will drift off to sleep. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I am Arif, and tonight I invite you to join me on a tranquil and mesmerizing journey through the annals of time. As we embark on a historic voyage aboard a magical train, we will witness the wonders of human achievement, from the mystical plains of ancient Britain to the starlit reaches of space. Let the smooth rhythm of our journey and the unfolding tapestry of history lull you into a peaceful state of relaxation, gently guiding you towards a restful sleep under the canopy of time's endless sky. In the gentle embrace of twilight, a quaint old train station emerges from the soft folds of the evening. The sky, a canvas of deepening blues, is sprinkled with the first stars of night, twinkling like distant lanterns. A cool breeze whispers through the air, carrying with it the promise of adventure. From the distance, the faint sound of a train's whistle pierces the calm, growing steadily louder. It's an elegant, vintage locomotive, its body gleaming under the moon's tender glow. Steam billows gently from its chimney, and the rhythmic clatter of wheels on tracks grows more pronounced as it approaches. As the train glides into the station, its presence feels like a bridge between worlds, the modern and the ancient, the known and the mysterious. Each car is beautifully adorned, windows casting a warm, inviting light. The train comes to a gentle halt, and the conductor, a figure of timeless attire, steps out. His kind eyes and warm smile beckon you aboard. Stepping onto the train, you are enveloped by an atmosphere of comfort and elegance. The carriages are lined with plush seats, richly upholstered in velvet, their colors a soothing palette of earthy tones. Soft, golden light bathes the interior, creating a cocoon of warmth. The conductor's voice, soft and melodic, welcomes you. As the train begins to move, the gentle rocking motion and the rhythmic beat of the wheels on the tracks seem to sync with your heartbeat, lulling you into a state of serene anticipation. Outside, the landscape begins to blur, the modern world fading away as the train gathers speed. Time itself seems malleable here, the boundaries blurring under the moonlit sky. The stars outside shine with an otherworldly brilliance, the moon larger and more luminous, as if guiding the way through the corridors of time. As the train continues its mystical journey, the landscape outside transforms. You find yourself traveling back to around 3000 BC, to the verdant plains of ancient Britain. The train slows, allowing you to fully absorb the serene beauty of this time. Rolling green hills stretch out to the horizon, dotted with wildflowers that dance in the gentle breeze. The sky above is a vast expanse of blue, adorned with soft, white clouds drifting lazily. In the distance, an extraordinary sight unfolds. You are witnessing the building of Stonehenge, one of the world's most enduring mysteries. The stones stand tall and proud, their dark silhouettes a stark contrast against the lush greenery of the plains. The scene around Stonehenge is one of peaceful industry. Groups of people work together in harmony, moving the gigantic stones with a combination of sheer human strength and ingenious early engineering. Their faces are marked with determination, yet there is a sense of calm and purpose in their movements. The sound of their work, a soft, rhythmic clinking, melds with the natural sounds of this ancient landscape. The rustling of grass, the distant call of birds. You notice the precise alignment of the stones, an awe-inspiring feat of prehistoric architecture. Their placement, so deliberate, hints at the profound significance this monument held for its builders. Perhaps it was a temple, an astronomical observatory, or a sacred burial site. Its true purpose remains shrouded in mystery, adding to the sense of wonder that envelops this place. As the train edges forward, the sun begins to dip towards the horizon, casting a golden glow over the landscape. The stones of Stonehenge appear even more majestic under the setting sun, their shadows elongating on the verdant ground. The train gently pulls away, leaving Stonehenge and its secrets behind. As the night begins to fall, the stars reappear in the sky, and you're enveloped once again in the peaceful embrace of the journey, moving forward in time towards the next marvel of human history. The The train now weaves its magical path to a different corner of the ancient world, transporting you to the land of Egypt around 2580 BC. As the landscape outside your window shifts, you find yourself overlooking the Giza Plateau, where history is in the midst of being carved. The scene before you is breathtaking. Against the backdrop of an endlessly blue sky, the Great Pyramid of Giza is rising, stone by monumental stone. The desert sun casts its brilliant light upon the limestone, making the pyramid's surface gleam like a jewel of the sands. Workers move like a coordinated symphony of human effort, each playing a part in this extraordinary endeavor. The sound of their work fills the air, the rhythmic chiseling of stone, the commanding shouts of overseers, the creaking of wooden sledges dragging huge blocks. Despite the arduous labor, there's a sense of unity and purpose among the workers. They are not just building a tomb, they are creating a monument that will stand the test of time, a tribute to their pharaoh and the gods. In the distance, the mighty Nile River flows, a ribbon of life through the desert. Its banks are lush and green, contrasting with the arid sands around. Boats laden with stones and supplies sail on its waters, vital lifelines supporting this colossal project. As the sun reaches its zenith, the heat of the desert becomes palpable. You can almost feel the warmth through the window, but inside the train, you remain enveloped in comfort. The workers below take a well-deserved break, finding shade under makeshift tents, their laughter and chatter adding a human touch to the grandeur of the construction site. The pyramid, even in its unfinished state, is a testament to human ingenuity and determination. Observing this moment in time, you gain a new appreciation for one of the world's most enduring mysteries. How exactly were these colossal structures built with such precision? The question lingers in the air, as enigmatic as the pyramids themselves. As the train slowly departs from this ancient scene, the image of the rising pyramid against the setting sun stays with you. The journey through time continues, carrying you away from the land of pharaohs and pyramids towards the next epoch in the human saga. Soon, the Egyptian desert gives way to the lush, fertile lands of ancient Mesopotamia. It's around 1894 BC, and you are about to witness the birth of one of the greatest cities in history, Babylon, by the majestic Euphrates River. As the train approaches, the landscape transforms into a vibrant tapestry of life. The Euphrates, a lifeline of this ancient land, flows gracefully, its banks teeming with lush vegetation. Palm trees sway gently in the breeze, and the air is filled with the sweet fragrance of flowering plants. In the midst of this fertile plain, the foundations of Babylon are being laid. The scene is bustling with activity. Workers engage in various tasks. Some lay bricks for buildings, others construct roads, and artisans carve intricate designs on stone and wood. Despite the flurry of activity, there is a harmonious rhythm to their work, a melody of civilization in its infancy. The sound of the Euphrates blends with the noise of construction, the gentle lapping of water, the clinking of tools, and the distant chatter of people. This symphony creates a soothing backdrop to the unfolding scene of urban genesis. You watch as the city's famous walls begin to rise. These walls, destined to become one of the wonders of the ancient world, stand as a testament to the ambition and skill of the Babylonian. The air is charged with a sense of potential, the excitement of a new beginning. Beyond the construction, everyday life in Babylon flourishes. Markets buzz with traders from distant lands. Gardens and orchards bloom with abundance, and boats laden with goods glide along the river. This burgeoning city is a crossroads of cultures, a center of trade, learning, and art. As the sun sets, casting a golden hue over the city, Babylon appears as a jewel by the river, a beacon of human achievement and aspiration. The tranquil evening air, filled with the sounds of a nascent civilization, invites a moment of reflection on the enduring legacy of our shared human history. As the train continues its timeless journey, the landscape outside your window transforms once again. Now, you find yourself amidst the diverse terrains of ancient China around the year 221 BC. The next marvel to unfold before your eyes is the construction of the Great Wall. The train meanders through varied landscapes, from rugged mountains to vast, rolling hills. The Great Wall, a serpentine structure of stone and earth, stretches as far as the eye can see, undulating with the contours of the land. You observe workers from all walks of life coming together in this monumental task. They carry stones and earth, fortifying the wall, section by section. The ingenuity of the construction is awe-inspiring. Towers are strategically placed for surveillance, and the wall itself is built to be impenetrable. It's not just a barrier, but a symbol of a civilization's resilience and engineering prowess. As the sun moves across the sky, casting changing shadows on the wall, you witness the wall in different lights, now imposing and strong, now a harmonious part of the natural landscape. This interplay of light and shadow adds a layer of tranquility and beauty to the scene. The vastness of the project and the varied landscapes it traverses speak to the enormity of human ambition. From the highest mountain ridges to the deepest valleys, the wall weaves its way, a permanent mark on the landscape, a legacy that will endure through millennia. As the evening approaches, the workers begin to retire from their day's labor. The setting sun paints the sky in hues of orange and purple, casting a warm, soft glow over the wall and the surrounding lands. The train slowly moves away from this historic site, leaving behind the Great Wall, which stands as a silent guardian over the ancient land. The train's next stop on this historical odyssey takes you to the heart of ancient Rome around 70 to 80 AD. As the scenery outside shifts, you find yourself in the midst of one of the most influential civilizations in history. The Colosseum, Rome's iconic amphitheater, stands before you, newly constructed, a marvel of architectural grandeur. As the train approaches this magnificent structure, you are struck by its colossal size and intricate design. The Colosseum, with its series of arches and tiers, stands proudly in the bustling city center. Its travertine stone facade glows under the bright Mediterranean sun. Around the Colosseum, the city of Rome is alive with activity. Streets teem with people from all corners of the empire: merchants, soldiers, artists, and philosophers. The air is filled with the mix of languages and the rich aromas of Roman cuisine. You hear the distant clatter of chariots on cobblestones and the murmur of a city at the peak of its power. Inside the Colosseum, the atmosphere is charged with excitement. This grand amphitheater, capable of seating tens of thousands of spectators, is a hub of Roman entertainment. You can almost hear the echoes of the crowds, cheering for gladiatorial contests, theatrical performances, and public spectacles. As the sun begins to set, casting a golden light on the city, the Colosseum stands as a symbol of Rome's enduring legacy, a blend of might, culture, and innovation. The shadows of the arches grow longer, and the sounds of the city start to soften, merging into a peaceful hum. The train gently pulls away from ancient Rome, leaving behind the Colosseum and its echoes of a civilization that shaped the world. The journey through time now takes you to the rugged coasts of Scandinavia during the Viking Age, around 793 AD. As the train emerges from the historical mists, you find yourself in a world vastly different from the grandeur of Rome. Here, the wild beauty of nature intertwines with the spirit of exploration and adventure. The train slows along the craggy coastline of Norway, where the North Sea meets the land. The air is crisp and invigorating, filled with the salty tang of the sea. Tall cliffs rise majestically from the water, their surfaces adorned with verdant moss and lichens. In the distance, dense forests stretch into the horizon, a deep green canopy under the wide northern sky. Down by the shoreline, you see Viking longships being prepared for voyages. These sleek, sturdy vessels are engineering marvels of their time, designed to navigate both the open seas and the narrower river waters. Vikings, renowned as both explorers and warriors, move about the ships with a sense of purpose and efficiency. They are rigging sails, carving intricate designs into the wood, and stocking provisions. The atmosphere is alive with the spirit of adventure. The Vikings' world is one of discovery, where the sea is both a highway and a mystery, leading to unknown lands. You can almost hear their tales of exploration, trading expeditions, and legendary sagas being shared among the crew. Despite the activity, there's a harmony between the Vikings and their natural surroundings. The simple, sturdy architecture of their homes and the way they adapt to and respect the environment speak of a deep understanding of nature. As the evening approaches, the sky turns into a canvas of brilliant colors, hues of pink, purple, and gold reflecting off the calm sea. The Vikings finish their preparations, and the ships sit ready and waiting, symbols of resilience and the quest for knowledge. The train gently retreats from this scene of ancient bravery and discovery, leaving behind the Viking Age and its legacy of exploration. As the stars appear in the night sky, the sound of waves against the shore lingers in your mind, a soothing reminder of the endless possibilities that lie beyond the horizon. As the train advances through the annals of time, your next destination is the Renaissance period in Europe, a remarkable era spanning from the 14th to the 17th century. This is a time of rebirth in art, science, and culture, a period where human potential and creativity reach new heights. The train brings you to the heart of this cultural revolution, to cities like Florence and Venice, bustling hubs of innovation and beauty. As you arrive in Florence, the cradle of the Renaissance, the cityscape is a dazzling display of architectural marvels and artistic achievements. The streets are alive with activity. Artists, philosophers, and scientists share their ideas and creations. The air is filled with the sounds of lively discussions, the clinking of sculptors' chisels, and the soft strokes of painters' brushes. The city's buildings are masterpieces themselves, with elegant facades and intricate designs. Brunelleschi's dome of the Florence Cathedral dominates the skyline, a symbol of architectural ingenuity. The streets and squares are adorned with statues and fountains, each telling a story of human triumph and exploration. Then, the journey takes you to Venice, the floating city of canals and bridges. Gondolas glide gracefully along the waterways, weaving through a cityscape where the water and architecture become one. The reflections of palaces and churches shimmer in the canals, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. The air is rich with the scent of the sea and the sound of lapping water against the stone. Throughout these cities, the Renaissance spirit is palpable. It's a celebration of humanism, where art and science coalesce, leading to groundbreaking discoveries and creations. This era sees the works of Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Raphael, and Galileo, geniuses who redefine the boundaries of human capability. As evening falls, the cities light up with a soft, golden glow. The streets quiet down, but the air remains charged with the legacy of a period that reshaped the world. The beauty and innovation of the Renaissance envelop you, a testament to humanity's endless quest for understanding and expression. Leaving behind the echoes of the Renaissance, your journey now brings you to Paris in the late 19th century, during the exciting days of the Eiffel Tower's construction. It's a period marked by a spirit of innovation and the dawn of a new era. As the train arrives in the City of Lights, you're greeted by a scene of vibrant transformation and progress. The Eiffel Tower, a lattice of iron and ingenuity, rises before you. With each passing moment, you witness this marvel of engineering taking shape, a symbol of modernity reaching for the sky. The tower, designed by Gustave Eiffel, is an audacious feat of architecture, soon to become a global icon. Around the construction site, the city of Paris is a whirlwind of activity. The air is filled with the sounds of progress, the clanging of metal, the shouts of workers, and the distant hum of city life. The Seine River meanders gracefully through the city, reflecting the changing skyline. As you watch, workers busily assemble the tower's massive iron girders. The precision and coordination of the construction are a testament to the era's technological advances and vision. The Eiffel Tower, initially met with skepticism, gradually takes its place as a proud emblem of Parisian and global identity. Beyond the construction site, the boulevards of Paris are alive with the Belle Epoque's vibrancy. Cafes bustle with artists, writers, and thinkers, discussing the latest ideas and inventions. The air is rich with the scent of fresh pastries and coffee, mingling with the fragrance of blooming chestnut trees. As evening approaches, the city lights begin to twinkle, and the Eiffel Tower stands partially completed, silhouetted against the reddening sky. The tower is not just a structure of metal, it's a beacon of the future, embodying the optimism and ambition of the age. The train departs from this scene of dynamic change, leaving behind the rising Eiffel Tower and the energetic pulse of Paris. As the stars emerge overhead, you continue your passage through time, each stop unveiling a new chapter in the story of human endeavor and creativity. As the train continues its extraordinary journey through time, the final destination is one of humankind's most remarkable achievements. The space race and the moon landing of 1969. This epochal event marks a pinnacle of human aspiration and scientific endeavor, a moment when the boundaries of possibility were redefined. The scenery outside transitions into a star-filled night sky, a vast expanse of darkness speckled with countless points of light. The moon, Earth's serene companion, looms large and luminous, a beacon in the cosmic ocean. Below, the Earth itself is a swirl of blues and greens, a beautiful orb suspended in space. You find yourself witnessing the historic Apollo 11 mission. The spacecraft, a marvel of technology and courage, makes its way to the moon. The astronauts, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins, are pioneers on a voyage like no other, a journey that unites the world in wonder and anticipation. As the lunar module, Eagle, descends to the moon's surface, a hush falls over the Earth. People from all nations are glued to their radios and televisions, sharing a moment of collective awe. The module touches down, and Armstrong's voice crackles through the radio waves. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. In this moment, the achievement transcends science and exploration. It's a testament to humanity's unyielding spirit, the drive to reach beyond the known, to explore the unexplored. The moonwalk is a dance of triumph and curiosity, a few small steps that forever change our perspective on life and our place in the universe. As the train lingers in this celestial scene, the tranquility of space envelops you. The stars shine brighter, the moon glows softer, and the earth appears as a harmonious orb of life. It's a peaceful and awe-inspiring end to your journey through history. The train gradually begins its journey back, traveling through the stars, back towards the present. As you retrace the path through time, each historical scene you witness melds into a narrative of human achievement and perseverance. The train gently arrives back at the station from where it departed, the journey through time complete. As you step off the train, the memories of what you've seen, the wonders, the milestones, the leaps of imagination, linger in your mind, a reminder of our shared journey under the stars. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we descend through the mysterious, mist-shrouded autumn woods on a calm, sleepy train ride that will take us around the world. Together, we will explore how Halloween and other similar holidays are celebrated by different cultures, places, and people. On a cool, relaxed autumn train ride together, we will find peace and comfort in these tranquil traditions, all while getting closer to a night of relaxing sleep. It's a beautiful autumn afternoon. The sun has just begun to set over the thick forest surrounding you, and the landscape is aglow in light that is so breathtaking you feel like you have stepped into a painting. The forest is a sea of stunning colors, a sea of scarlet, of gold, of orange and amber. A sea that is shimmering and moving with every slight breeze that dances across it. With every gust, the leaves flutter, and with some gusts, leaves fall. They cascade to the ground in bright plumes, falling down like big, slow flakes of snow that are taking their sweet time on their way back down to earth. And behind those leaves, it looks as though the sky is reflecting the forest. As the sun sets, the sky is painted in a mosaic of warm tones, of peaceful pink, of deep amber, of fiery red and rich, rich gold. It's like a heavenly artist has spilled their palette on the landscape before you, and you find yourself soaking up every bit of it with utter glee. Though it feels like you are worlds away from people and cities in a forest as beautiful as this one, after a brief moment of taking in the surrounding vista, you can tell that you are not. Behind you, there is a thick line of trees, colorful deciduous trees, and a line of cedars that nearly obstruct your view of the town that is just behind you. Peering through the beautiful, lush foliage, you can just barely see the street. The street is alive and buzzing in the glory of Halloween. Jack-o'-lanterns glow on each porch, their homemade smiles reminding you of peaceful childhood days and sweet, sweet memories. As the sun has just begun to set, the children of the town have just started to pour out onto the streets. Some of them zip by in their costumes with huge smiles on their faces, laughing and telling jokes to one another, seeing who can possibly get the most candy. Then there are others, younger children who stroll along in a daze, gazing at all the new decorations in awe. They do not know it, but they're making wonderful memories that will last a lifetime, that will make them smile every time they see a pumpkin or smell air that reminds them of this night. You turn away from the street, allowing everyone to continue with their festivities. And when you turn away, you notice something rather incredible about the forest clearing that you hadn't noticed before. There is a path lined with candles lacing through the forest ahead of you, leading you deeper into it. The candles are small tea lights in candle holders that are a beautiful range of colors. They mimic the leaves above. Each candle holder alternates as a different color. There is amber, golden, orange, and red, each color somehow flickering even brighter than the last. You admire them for a long moment, wondering how they found themselves in a strange place like this. So, you do what the beautiful candles and the forest itself are beckoning you to do. You continue ahead, following the path with slow, dreamy steps. You listen to the crunch of the leaves underneath you, a crunch that is comforting, a crunch that tells you that you are absolutely heading down the correct path. You walk along the winding dirt and leaf path, rounding around an old, forgotten stone wall that is coated in thick, beautiful moss. You can tell there are stories behind the wall, that perhaps once it was a wall that was covered in big jack-o'-lanterns that looked over the town on the spookiest night of the year. Once you've rounded the stone wall, you find yourself standing underneath the awning of a small, quaint building. A stone building that, much like the wall, is blanketed in moss. Moss that has surely protected it for dozens of years. Old advertisements and posters still line the inside of the awning. You run your fingers over the crinkled paper with faded paint, and as you do, the reality of where you're standing dawns on you. The advertisements are all for trains, and the one that your fingers are dancing over now is for a particularly interesting train. Writing across the top reads, "For one night only, the Spirit Steam Train." You furrow your brow as you gaze at the picture, wondering what kind of train would run for one night only. And then you hear it. In the distance, the unmistakable whine of a train whistle. You step out from the awning, and only then do you see the train tracks below you. They seem long forgotten. Plants grow over them, and ferns have made their comfortable bed across the iron. And yet, you hear the train growing closer. Above the lush autumn leaves, you can see the smokestack advancing closer and closer to you as the train chugs along the tracks. It emerges through the wall of orange autumn trees like it is emerging from a dream. It looks exactly like a train from the 1800s, a black and red steam engine that somehow looks brand new. It rolls to a slow stop in front of you. You watch in awe and disbelief, hardly able to grasp that this train has emerged and that you are the only one on the tracks. The door pops open, letting out a puff of warm, fragrant air with it. Warm, fragrant air that smells of pumpkins, cinnamon, and apples. You're so delighted and surprised by the warm gust of fragrant air that for a moment you don't even notice the kindly woman smiling down at you. She adjusts her wire-rimmed glasses and extends her hand with a wave of familiarity. "Ticket, my dear," she says, her voice as warm and smooth as honey. You tell the woman that you have no ticket. She shakes her head and grins as she chimes, "Check your pocket, dear." You reach into your fluffy coat pocket. You're surprised as you produce a ticket that is in the shape of a pumpkin. The woman takes it with a grateful nod and punches the ticket, welcoming you aboard the train. Walking into this train is the most surreal experience you have ever had. The interior of the train is a stunning rich mahogany. The booths themselves are large, with seats lined with fine red velvet. The entire car is awash in Halloween and autumn decorations. Pumpkins and candles seem to dot every free space, and there are several children donning costumes all around the train. You take a seat at the end of the train where a cozy booth awaits you. A cup of steaming apple cider sits on the table, its steam trailing up into the air in sweet little plumes. You take a sip of it, savoring its delicious taste across your tongue. As soon as you lean back in your chair, the train begins to move. The metallic groaning and grunting of the engine and the gears and the wheels is somehow comforting. There's a rhythm to it, a rhythm that tells you that you are in good hands. You gaze out the window as the breathtaking autumn landscape drifts by. The train is slow at first, so slow that you can trace the outline of each and every leaf with your eyes. But soon, the train picks up speed. The sea of beautiful warm tones becomes a soothing blur as you continue along, mesmerized by the beauty of the vista before you. Up ahead, you can see a tunnel carved out in a large granite mountain. Vines and moss hang from the entrance of the tunnel, telling you that it has been long since anyone has traversed this beautiful and wild path. As the train plunges into the darkness of the tunnel, you do not feel afraid. In fact, you feel more comforted. The sound of the wheels and engine and gears echoes a bit more now, rocking you deeper into rest like a sweet, sweet lullaby. When you emerge out of the tunnel, an entirely new vista lies before your eyes. Sunset has just begun to splash over the landscape, and my, what a landscape it is. Rolling hills stretch as far as your eye can see. They are a brilliant mix of colors, some a vibrant green, others a splash of red, of orange, of brown. The grass is also there. It looks much like the autumn leaves you have just left behind in a different landscape. This is farmland, and this isn't in the Americas or Asia or Africa. It becomes fairly clear. In the far distance, you can see long forgotten castles growing moss and overgrowth between ancient oak trees. They loom over the farmland, keeping a watchful eye on it and its inhabitants. There are rows of grapes and vines, wineries that pepper the countryside, and ahead of you on the tracks, there is a small town, a town that was clearly made hundreds of years ago and has remained the way it was created since then. You glide into the town ever so slowly on the tracks, moving along cobblestone streets and taking long, winding turns up hills that are lined with colorful houses and houses made of stone. One thing you notice is that every window has a red candle burning in it. Some appear to have just been lit, and others are being lit as you glide on past. You are in the countryside of Italy, and it isn't really Halloween. It is All Saints' Day, or Ogni Santi in Italian. In Italy, many people celebrate a modern rendition of Halloween just like several other countries. However, along with Halloween, they have another tradition that they often observe. You glide to the edge of town where, in the dim light of the setting sun, a cemetery is illuminated in the glow of several candles. Old speckled and cracked gravestones are bathed in vibrant chrysanthemums. The golden and red flowers seem to mimic the sunset that is splashing across the land, giving it life and adding more beauty to this already breathtaking landscape. On Ogni Santi, Italians celebrate the lives of their loved ones who have passed on. In honor of them, they light a red candle in the windowsill at sunset, a lumino. They visit cemeteries and lay chrysanthemums on tombstones in honor of their loved ones, offering the flowers as a gift to them. Children are given gifts and treats as a symbol of gifts from their loved ones who have passed on. One important aspect of the holiday is fostering a connection between the living and those who are not, a show of unity and interconnectedness with each other, and our love that perseveres. You continue on through the cemetery. You can't help but notice how many families are smiling with each other, enjoying one another's company as they reflect on the past and look forward to the future together. As you continue through the rest of town, you notice that the streets are alive with people. Children and adults alike feast on roasted chestnuts. the first time in the season. They savor the rich, nutty flavor as they bustle from home to home, sharing stories and cherishing each other's company. But Italy is not the only place that celebrates November 1st and 2nd in this fashion. Up ahead, you see another tunnel. As you approach it, you bid farewell to this beautiful Italian town and all the joy and peace that can be found within it. As you enter the tunnel, you close your eyes, really listening to the sound of the metal creaking, of the rhythmic chug, chug, chug of the train's wheels echoing off the edges of the tunnel. When you emerge into a world of color, and instantly you know where you are. You are in Mexico, and it is El Dia de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead. El Dia de los Muertos is a 2-day celebration where people in Mexico and Latin America honor their loved ones. You glide by stunning adobe homes that are flourishing with plants, with papel picado that are wrapped from building to building, fluttering in the wind and crisscrossing the streets with beautiful swaths of color. Through the windows of the homes, you can see several altars glowing proudly and brightly. On El Dia de los Muertos, many families create altars to honor their deceased family members. The altars are aglow with the light of candles, with flowers, and with sweets and foods that are offerings to the family members, who are said to be able to visit on the Day of the Dead. You glide by a cemetery on the edge of town, one that is colorful, much like the Italian cemetery was. Trails of flower petals crisscross the soft earth, and families smile and eat snacks in each other's company. Though there are images of those who have passed on seemingly everywhere, it is not a day of mourning. It is a day of celebration and connection, a day where families can reflect and learn lessons from their loved ones. Up ahead once more, you spot a tunnel. You gaze at the stunning landscape of Mexico, at the lush forests in the background, at the cozy, colorful town full of laughter and joy, at the decorations made just for loved ones, and you smile. Another beautiful tradition, one that fills you with a sense of peace and belonging. You enter the tunnel once more. You close your eyes, really soaking in the sounds around you. The chug, chug, chug that tells you that you are safe, that tells you that you are approaching something wonderful, something to be enjoyed. When you emerge again, you are in an entirely different landscape, one that you weren't expecting, but one that makes you smile. Instantly, you are well aware of where you are. The neon lights and distinct mix of traditional Japanese buildings and sleek modern ones is a dead giveaway that you are in Tokyo. And though Tokyo is often busy, today it is even more so. In Japan, Halloween is very much an adult holiday. Teens and adults celebrate it by dressing in elaborate costumes and going out on the town. Some attend parties, some go to events, and many go to the Kawasaki Halloween Parade, an event unlike any other. You glide through the parade, gazing in awe at the intricate and stunning costumes. Everyone is smiling and laughing, having a good time with each other as they let loose and enjoy what the holiday has to offer. There are floats that have to be approved many months in advance. Floats of traditional Japanese folklore, and floats of modern horror and spooky characters. The streets are alive with people and delicious food that makes your mouth water. You take in each costume, feeling more relaxed and inspired with each one that you see. You imagine people curled up at home by their kotatsu, working diligently on their costumes that they may only wear once, but costumes that will bring them so much joy. It's amazing seeing the costumes out in the world. Amazing seeing so many people connect over them. The train continues on, gliding out of the center of town. Gradually, you make your way into the Japanese countryside. Lush farmland and rice fields stretch to the mountains in the far distance. Hillsides coated in forest seem to beckon to you, reminding you exactly why Japan has so much beautiful and intricate folklore. Up ahead, carved into the side of the mountain, you see it. Yet another tunnel waiting for you. You gaze back over the Japanese countryside. As the sun sets behind Tokyo in the far distance, you feel a sense of peace wash over you. It's comforting that there is beauty spread across the world. Such rich beauty, from Mexico to Italy, all the way to Japan. The darkness of the tunnel welcomes you like a warm blanket. You sail through, listening to the comforting chug, chug, chug of the wheels, the gears, the engine. You take a sip of the drink before you, a drink that brings back so much warmth. When you emerge, you find yourself back in the town you started in. Only this time, you are starting from the far side of town, and this time, Halloween is in full swing. Children run along the sidewalk in their costumes, swinging bags and pumpkin baskets full of candy. They excitedly show one another their haul and laugh with each other, proudly proclaiming how much candy they got from the last house, or how much the owner liked their costume. Parents trail behind them, smiling from ear to ear as they watch their children make wonderful memories. You glide through the peaceful suburbs full of all that joy and find yourself riding by a farm. A corn maze stretches into the far distance. You see people laughing and clinging to each other and their maps as they enter. hoping that somehow they'll be able to find a way out. Others make their way over to the apple trees with wooden baskets. They climb up, gathering apple after apple with the help of one another. You know the apples are going home to become a pie, to be plopped into a bowl for bobbing for apples, or maybe to be sprinkled with cinnamon and baked just as they are. You can smell the air just looking outside, the freshness of it, the nostalgia and mystery and excitement in that beautiful autumn air. It is a time of reflection, of discovery, of peace and comfort, a time to prepare for winter on the horizon, a time to think about the bounty of the earth and all that she provides for us. Soon, the train rumbles to a stop at the station you started from. Once more, you are swimming in the sea of autumn leaves. Only this time, you have a much fuller picture of the celebrations that are out there, of what Halloween and similar holidays stand for. You exit the train, taking a long drink of the fresh air, and with that long sip of air, you feel renewed and ready for whatever is to come.